Vidyapeeth, deemed to be university, New Law College, Pune, and Social Science Management Welfare Association, Jabalpur.
Over the next three Over the next 3 days together, we will explore the different sides of research by listening to the wise words of our versatile panelists. We are truly fortunate to have them on board and share their exemplary research skills with all of us. So sit back, gear up, and tune into the great speeches coming up, which will truly teach us to be great researchers, much like our panelists. I now request Dr. Ujjwala Bendale, ma'am, Dean and in charge principal of BVDU NLC Pune, to kindly deliver the inaugural speech.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this 3 days international workshop on research methodology for faculties and research scholars, organized by Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University, New Law College, Pune, India, and Social Science and Management Welfare Association. Under the guidance of Professor Devendra Vishwakarma Sir, Director, SRF Research Foundation, and it is very well coordinated by Ms. Rashmi Dubey, Assistant Professor from NLC Pune and Research Scholar of Bharati Vidyapeeth, and Brajesh Kumarji, Jabalpur SS and MA. So it gives me immense pleasure to welcome all the dignitaries nationally and internationally present and associated and connected today for this workshop. So, Madam, we all know that the core aim and object of this particular workshop is to put in place a robust mechanism for developing and strengthening the research ecosystem within higher education institutions aligned with the provisions of NEP 2020. May I let you know that the National Education Policy 2020 envisages the promotion of quality research within the higher education system. The research and innovation are important aspects to enhance quality education by the higher education institutes. Societal changes of our country can only be addressed by having a strong and vibrant higher education ecosystem within an emphasis on research, innovation, and technological development. The integration of research, innovation, and technological development is the foundation of Atmanirbhar Bharat. And that is the reason why this association today and the workshop is organized. And I'll tell you that research has always been the core concern of all the higher education institutes, and that has been really put up very nicely by National Education Policy. And that is the reason why we have gone in for a research workshop today. Before I proceed ahead with today's session, I would like to initiate the session by making you all familiar with our university and college. The parent body of Bharati Vidyapeeth University was established in 1964 by Honorable Dr. Patanrao Kadam Sahib with an objective of bringing social transformation through dynamic education. Bharati Vidyapeeth is now a leading educational institution in this country, which has created history by establishing within a short span of 40 years 180 educational institutions imparting quality education from pre-primary to postgraduate stage. Our colleges and institutions of higher education impart education in different disciplines, including medicine, dentistry, Ayurveda, homeopathy, nursing, engineering, pharmacy, law, and you mention any discipline, and it is under the umbrella of Bharati Vidyapeeth. These educational centers are located at various places in India, that is in Pune, Navi Mumbai, Kolhapur, Solapur, Sangli, Karad, Panchgani, Jawhar, and New Delhi. The spectacular success by Bharati Vidyapeeth is mainly due to the foresight, exceptional leadership, and able guidance of our founder chancellor, a dynamic personality, Honorable Dr. Patanrao Kadam Sahib, who was a visionary and at the age of 18 years decided to establish Bharati Vidyapeeth University with great academic excellence. Today, Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University Pune, India, is accredited with A+ grade by NAC and has also the category 1 university status by UGC. Our patrons, Honorable Dr. Patanrao Kadam Sahib, Chancellor, Honorable Professor Dr. Shivaji Rao Kadam Sir, Chancellor, Honorable Professor Vivek Sauji Sir, Vice Chancellor, Honorable Dr. Vishwajit Kadam Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Asmita Tai Jagtap, Executive Director, Health Sciences, are carrying forward the legacy of Honorable Dr. Patangrao Kadam Sahib by taking and imparting quality education accessible to the students coming from different regions. And under their guidance, New Law College Bharati Vidyapeeth Pune is constantly ranked amongst the top 5 private law colleges in India. The New Law College Pune was established in 1978. It was re-accredited with A+ grade by the third cycle of NAC in 2017. It has received A grade by university status by Ministry of HRD. It is one of the constituent units of Bharati Vidyapeeth Pune, which is recognized by Bar Council of India and University Grants Commission. It has been ranked third by IIRF Education Post 2020. And it is a great pleasure for me to inform you that we have been also awarded by IIRF New Delhi for being the best research school in India. The institution offers quality legal education at undergraduate, postgraduate levels in the form of LLB 3 years, BBA LLB 5 years, BA LLB 5 years, LLM, and PhD in law and significant skill developed diplomas. New Law College Bharati Vidyapeeth Pune aims at training and producing legal professionals well equipped with advocacy skills, incorporated with visionary and evolutionary qualities as per current industry standards. The students at our organizations, they play an integral part to not just academics, but also organizing various events and running multiple student initiative-based cells, such as the Madhyastata Area Cell, Student Progression Cell, the Research Development Cell, the Advanced Exploration Training of Intellectual Property and Cyber Law Cell, and the Labor Law Cell, and of course the Cyber Law Cell, the CCDL, and all these cells. These cells, they are aiming to blend the theoretical and practical learning of law, and basically they are aiming towards involving the students in innovations, research, and training the students to undertake quality research. It is a matter of great pride for me to inform you all that my students are continuously publishing research papers at national and international levels. Even with them, the faculties are involved in research at national and international level. Thus, today, this particular workshop is aimed to catalyze multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary, and translational research culture mandated in NEP 2020. This international workshop on research methodology for faculties and research scholars is organized for having national and international collaborations in future. Once again, I welcome all the dignitaries nationally and internationally present over here for their consenting and for being here present and gracing the occasion. And of course, I wish all the participants good luck and a good quality learning for research. Thank you so much. Thank you. Over to you, Anaya.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. It is always a pleasure to hear from you first thing in the morning. Okay, so I would like to request Mukul to introduce the first speaker of the day, which is Dr. Siham El Kafafi. Thank you.
If you don't have it, you cannot give it. Believe in your ideas and believe in yourself. Such is the doctrine followed by our first guest speaker of the day. With such beliefs and confidence, the founder of Arrows Consultancy Limited, New Zealand, namely Professor Dr. Siham El Kafafi, is present amongst us for the symposium to ennoble our minds. Professor Dr. El Kafafi held various academic positions as head of academic faculty, director of research, senior lecturer, and guest lecturer in various universities and tertiary institutes. And in New Zealand, for instance, Melbourne Online, UK and Singapore, Massey University in New Zealand, and a lot more. Professor Dr. El Kafafi is on the board of trustees for the Home of Entrepreneurship and Innovation on the governance board of the Global Academy of Entrepreneurship and Innovation as president, representing Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Lebanon, Cyprus, Dubai, UK, US, and New Zealand. Professor Dr. El Kafafi got awarded the Performance-Based Research Fund in New Zealand twice, on April 2013 and in May 2007. Besides various other national and international awards, she has a wide industry and consultancy experience in the medical, manufacturing, and service industry, Besides being an academic for the past 24 years, who helped graduate over 10,000 students during her career. So now I would like to request Dr. Professor El Kafafi to proceed with the nitty-gritty of the research ethics in the digital era.
Thank you very, very much for your introduction. I would like to extend my thanks to all the conference organizers. I am humbled, I am honored to be invited and to share with you this wonderful opportunity to meet colleagues, like-minded people, to share, to collaborate, and to also learn from you. I would like to please share my screen, if possible. Can you see my screen?
No, not ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Now it's visible.
Okay. So yeah, that's the title of my presentation, and I am going to start with an introduction and then discuss what is research ethics, its importance, and then what are the principles, the ethical principles in research, followed by the digital era and research. What are the challenging that we are confronting? What are the strategies to help protecting our privacy? And then I will share with you some of the case studies, some of them that actually to demonstrate those challenges, and also to share with you some of the positive case studies. In other words, to see both sides of the coin. Nothing is totally rosy and nothing is totally bad. So in order to learn and to take the good out of it and to have strategies to combat any challenges. Finally, recommendations and conclusion. So as we all know, research ethics in this digital era that we are all living in, it's extremely important, and it's an evolving area of study because technology is actually advancing so quickly and it is impacting on our research. It is supporting us, it is helping us, but also there are challenges that we need to put it in a good framework. We need to have guidelines in order to protect us, the researchers and the participants, and in order to make sure of the integrity of our research findings. So in this digital era, ethical research is not just a choice, it is an imperative that safeguards the dignity and the rights of the individuals and interconnected world that we are living in right now. And that 3-day workshop is a demonstration of that digital era we're living in. So what is the definition of research ethics? It is referring to the set of morals, the principles, the guidelines that we need to be aware of, that we need to follow in order to safeguard the human participants and or animals if they are included in this research. It's also talking about the considerations that we as researchers need to follow, what is our responsibilities, and how can we adhere to it. Adhere to it from the first stage when we start designing, conducting, and reporting on the results of our study. So the main aim here is to protect the rights, the dignity and the well-being of the individuals, and to ensure also the integrity and credibility of our scientific investigation. So there are various important points in relation to research ethics. And the first one is, as we mentioned, the protection of human rights. So in our field as researchers, the most important thing is that we need to obtain informed consent. So we need to advise the participants of what is the role, what is the study about, how are we going to ensure their privacy, and in order to also inform them that this is voluntary, there is no force there, and to try our best to keep their confidentiality and anonymity. Also, the importance is trust and credibility. So if we are following all those ethical standards, and then we will be able to have the participants to trust us, to trust in our credibility, and to be able to keep all our research outcomes with integrity. The other thing also is scientific validity. So we need, when we are doing the research, to design it in a way that we would avoid any biases, any conflicts of interests. And this is when we are choosing our participants. Also, the social benefits and justice. We need to make sure that we are ethical in our research, in our gathering of knowledge. We need to address important research questions. So our research has to be of value to individuals, to societies, to communities, to add to the body of knowledge and to help the rest of the population. Also, we need to look at the compliance from the perspective of the legal and the regulatory requirements. And this is why we have the consents, we have all those guidelines to support us, to help us, so that if anything goes wrong, actually we can go to court. So the important thing here is to get approval from ethics committee, whether it's our institution or other institution that we are collaborating with, so that we would make sure we are actually practicing our research relevant to the guidelines of the laws of our reputation and held intact. So as we know, we're all living in this digital era, and we are conducting all this research that has been impacted. There has been a lot of benefits, of course, with all the digital technologies. And it revolutionized the way we collect our data, we analyze it, and also we disseminate it. So let us look at the influence of the digital era on our research. First and foremost is the access to information. It's a lot easier with a click or a press on a button. Now we go online, we have lots of databases, we have access, all the universities all over the world for academic journal, we have digital libraries, we can have books, e-books now. So all this made it very easy for us to access information. Also, collecting data and analyzing them. There are a lot of online surveys being conducted. A lot of research also is conducted on social media. We can have lots of ways of data collection that is smoother and easier and in real time. So, for example, you are there in India right now, and I think it's 11:30 in your morning. Right now here it's after 6 p.m. in the evening, and still we can communicate, we can share, we can collaborate, we can network with each other through this virtual conference that is happening and other online forums. Also, there is computation and modeling simulations, and that is also revolutionized due to the technology, and that helps in lots of scientific fields like physics, chemistry, biology, and engineering. Also, we now have the open access. So we have lots of open access, free journals for everybody online in order to share the research output and also to promote the transparency and reproducibility of our research results. Also, there is the multimedia communications that we all see. We see it on different platforms like TikTok, like Facebook, like YouTube. So there is lots of interactions and visualization, which is also a good thing out of the digital era. So now let's have a look at what are the ethical principles in research. So the ethical principles as research actually is the guidelines. The guidelines that we need to ensure that any research studies are actually conducted in a morally responsible manner that respects the rights and well-being of the participants and upholding scientific integrity. Those principles help to protect the participants and also us as researchers. Helps from no harm, maintain confidentiality, ensure informed consent, promote transparency in reporting the research findings. So these are important principles that we have to abide by. So what are the core of these principles? First thing is to respect the autonomy. The participants, those individuals, need to know that their participation is voluntary. There is no coercion. We need to obtain from them informed consent. In other words, to follow the requirements of our institutions, to analyze if there's any risks and what are the benefits, and to try to balance it. Also, the beneficence, that is to take measures to protect the participants physically and psychologically, to make sure that we are taking care of their well-being from any potential harm. Also, the non-maleficent, which is the researchers must not inflict any harm or cause unnecessary suffering to the participants. So to be precautious, to assess the situation and make sure that we take care of those participants either physically or psychologically. And the justice, it's to do with when we are choosing and picking our sample, our participants, how are we going to select them? We have to be fair and we have to be equitable and no discrimination, because that will actually affect the results of our finding. Also, privacy and confidentiality. How many times we repeat the privacy and confidentiality? It's extremely important to protect the identities of those participants. And integrity in our scientific rigor. So in other words, no falsification. We have to be accurate in reporting our findings. We have to follow the ethical guidelines in how we collect, we analyze, and we publish our research findings. Transparency and accountability. This is in all our actions, how we address any ethical concerns or any conflict of interest. We have to highlight it and mention it from the onset, the beginning of the research journey. Continuous ethical review. So this is more the role of the ethics committee in institutions and the different bodies that we go through. They have to keep on reviewing those principles and make sure that they are adequate and they can deal with any ethical issues that as researchers we may encounter. What are the challenges that we are having now in the digital era to research? These challenges can be to do with data privacy, information overload. As we know, there is a lot of information online. There's also the credibility of online resources, because there are lots of resources online that I was talking the other day about disinformation and fake news that is also can impact our data collection, and also the digital divide. There are lots of people who are lucky to have all the benefits of this digital era, while others, they don't have the access and that created the unequal access to digital technologies. So we need to be able to address and ensure the integrity and the inclusivity of the research in this digital era we're living in. So what are some of the concerns and the issues that we are encountering in relation to privacy? Okay, so the first thing is data collection and surveillance. So there are lots of companies and lots of organizations that are collecting a vast amount of personal data about us, individuals. So they look at our browsing habits. When we go online, where do we go? What do we do? How many times we visit which sites? If we are doing online purchases, what type of purchases we do. And they also look at the social media. Are we a TikTok person? Are we an Instagram person? Facebook? All these things. So we are targeted. They collect this for the sake of advertising and profiling us, and accordingly, it may lead to manipulation. Also, we hear a lot about those data breaches and security, the cyber attacks, and some of those hackers who are holding companies, organizations, and individuals on ransom. They use their financial data, their medical records, their personal identifiable information. And it's happening a lot. I hear a lot, especially I think in the US, there is a lot of identity theft and there is a lot of financial fraud. Here in New Zealand, we have a lot of programs on the TV. For example, the social media dating websites, and how there is a lot of scammers over there. And recently, we're having a new program that is talking about how can people actually financially rob you because of all these data breaches that's happening. Also, there is sometimes lack of consent and transparencies. So sometimes some of the organizations can collect data about your personal data without you being aware of it. That is also deception, and it is not acceptable because it is actually eroding our private rights. There's also the online tracking and profiling. I'm sure that all of you, when you go and do any research, for example, online, it comes and says, there is these cookies, please press that you accept. And sometimes it says, oh, if you want to choose from them or if you want to decline. So there's also device, fingerprints, and there is location tracking. All of you, I'm sure you have your gadgets, and I'm sure all of you have got Google, and Google comes and tells you at the end of the day, you went here, you went there, you went there, you went there. You're being tracked. Every single thing is out there. So the government surveillance and mass data collection, also there is privacy invasion in your civil liberties and potential abuse of power. If they take this information personally about you and they are using it for monitoring or security purposes. There is the Internet of Things and the smart devices. And these devices, yes, this is one of them that we all have. We're always keeping it like we cannot live without it nowadays. These are the devices that can record conversations. It can gather biometric data. It can track our daily activities. And that is creating vulnerabilities for us. And if it falls in the wrong hand, there is misuse. There is third-party data sharing, and that happens a lot. So you find sometimes people calling you and having surveys with you and trying to, they are doing advertisements or selling things for you. And that's also, if it falls in the wrong hands, it is not really good for us. So how to address those privacy concerns? I heard somebody was talking about there was a hacking that happened recently, and it was a financial one and affecting the people. So the TV announcer was asking, should we stop social media? Should we not use it? And the financial advisor was saying, and I like that expression, we have to be savvy, we have to be aware. It is very difficult to put the genie back in the bottle. Social media is out there. We cannot put the genie back in the bottle. I do agree. So all what we can do is we try to have policies. We try to have a multifaceted approach, involve legal frameworks, technology solutions, and individuals in order to address those concerns. So for the government, they can start having robust privacy regulations. For companies, they start adopting transparent data practices and strong security measures. For individuals, for us, we can educate ourselves and everybody around us about our privacy and the risks and what could be the steps in order to protect our personal data, our personal information. So privacy protection strategies. The first thing, if we're going to look at it from a researcher's perspective, of course, because that's our topic for today, is that anonymization, the anonymity. So in order, when we are interviewing people, instead of writing their names, we can have some symbols in order to identify and to make the information unique. Also, we need to have our consents explained to the participants and be transparent and explain to them the exact purpose of the data, how we're going to collect it, what is the potential risks, how we are going to protect all the data we've collected from those participants. Also, data security measures. How are we going to store the storage of this data? Where are we going to put it? How are we going to encrypt it? And how are we going to regularly update our security protocols? Also, when we say limited data collection, which means if it doesn't add value or it's not relevant to your research, don't collect all personal data from your participants. If it's not required, don't collect it. There is also the data storage and retention. So how long? I know that for a PhD, for example, here in New Zealand, our rules is you have to keep all the original documents, the recordings and everything for 5 years. So you need to have clear protocols. How long are you going to store this valuable information, and how are you going to remove the identities, and what are you going to do about it? So all those should be defined clearly. Also, data sharing and access control. Who is privy to this data? Is there a third party? So it depends. If you are a PhD student, for example, is it going to be your supervisor, direct supervisor? Is it going to be the examiners? Who else? So it depends. What type of research? Where is your institute? With whom are you going to provide access and share this data? For example, even as simple as when I am supervising any of my project students who are doing projects or research, I actually explain to them, because some of it is very private. Some assessments are very they're reflective, so they talk about personal incidents and things towards them. I actually tell them from the beginning so that they can trust and they can feel that they can actually express themselves freely. Who is going to view these documents? With whom is it going to be shared? It's me, them, and a moderator. That's it. So from the beginning, to be clear about it. Also, the privacy impact assessment. So we need to conduct private impact assessment to identify the potential privacy risks that could be associated with this data collection, the data storage, and the sharing. Compliance with regulations is very important. So as researchers, we need to familiarize ourselves with any regulations, any policies that impact us, and each country has got their own compliances and regulations that needs to be followed. Also, there should be regular audits and reviews to make sure that these privacy protection measures are actually effective and they work. Some of the case studies for the challenging ones that happened, and these are worldwide ones that happened. There is in this digital era brought about numerous technologies and advancements, good things. It revolutionized, but there are a few cases that were not good. So if we're going to take the first case, which is the Cambridge Analytica, that happened in 2018, and it was a big scandal. And it revealed that the political consulting firm, Cambridge Analytica, harvested personal data from millions of Facebook users without their consent. You see? The firm used this data for targeted political advertising during the 2016 US presidential election. And that case raised significant concern about privacy violation, data misuse, and the ethics of collecting and analyzing personal data without informed consent. Another case was the artificial intelligence and algorithmic bias case. And in this one, the company used the algorithms and the AI in the criminal justice system. And that also raised concern about the potential bias and discrimination. So the COMPAS, which is the Correctional Offender Management Profiling for Alternative Sanctions, these algorithms were used in the United States to assess the likelihood of reoffending that has been criticized for its racial bias. We do stereotype as normal human beings. So that showed that the algorithm disproportionately labeled the African American defendants as high risk. And of course, that is totally unfair, and it impacted on the outcome of their sentencing. There is another case also for cybersecurity and hacking, and this is the WannaCry ransomware attack that occurred in 2017, affecting hundreds of thousands of computers worldwide. This attack exploited vulnerability in the Windows operating system, encrypting users' data and demanding a ransom in Bitcoin for its release. And we have a lot of examples in this hacking and requesting ransoms all over the world. There is also the digital divide and the access to technology, and this is impacting on the fairness and the equality of the access in relation to education also, and how this exacerbates the digital divide. There is also the big, huge case about Amanda Todd, cyberbullying. Cyberbullying is happening a lot everywhere. That poor teenager committed suicide because of cyberbullying. There are lots of cases also all over the world. So not all is doom and gloom. There is also positivity. So let us look at some of the showcasing those ethical practices. There is the open source software, which is a movement that fostered collaboration, innovation, and transparency in software development. There are several projects like Linux, Apache, and WordPress, and they demonstrate the power of open source communities coming together to create high quality software that is freely available to everybody. There is also the digital humanitarianism, and that is very valuable, especially during crisis, and digital technologies and how it helped. And we actually can look at the time of COVID-19 and what we have been through, and also that digital era helped us all to interconnect with each other and to survive while we were under lockdown. There's also e-commerce and fair trade, and the digital platform provided opportunities for small-scale producers and artisans in developing countries to access global markets directly. There is also the telemedicine and remote healthcare, and this is becoming popular now after COVID-19. So instead, the people of driving or going and searching for doctors, and here in New Zealand, we have shortage of GPs, general practitioners. So the telemedicine could be one of the solutions for that issue here. There is also environmental monitoring and conservation. The digital technologies helped a lot in deforestation, in monitoring wildlife population, and managing ecosystem. So as you can see, those are wonderful, wonderful showcasing for the digital era. So the institution responsibilities in research ethics is very crucial to protect the rights, the welfare, and the well-being of the research participants, and also to promote scientific integrity and maintain public trust in the research enterprise. So how can we do that? First thing is developing and implementing ethical guidelines, and I've explained it. So we need to have a robust and very clear guidelines. We also have to have ethical review and oversight. So we need to have ethical committees, review boards in order to take care of that. Also, informed consent is extremely important so that the participants will be well aware before stepping in this research, what is it all about. And that will help us also as researchers to have integrity and compliance. We need to follow those guidelines. And also the protection and the welfare of the participants. And most importantly is training and educating the researchers, the staff, the students, to have the right type of training in relation to ethics in research. Also, ethical review of external collaborations, if people from different institutions are going to collaborate with each other. Also, regular ethical monitoring and auditing is also important to make sure that all parties are adhering to the ethical standards. And if there's any concerns or misconduct in relation to research and ethics, that needs to be addressed. Also, dissemination of research findings to promote the responsible of research findings among all the scientific community, the public, and everybody who has got any vested interest. So in conclusion, research ethics in the digital era requires us means everybody, to be vigilant and proactive in addressing privacy and data security concerns. So as this advancement in technology is happening in this digital landscape evolves, it is crucial for researchers, institutions, and regulatory bodies to adapt and develop ethical frameworks that can effectively navigate the ethical challenges posed by the digital research. Institutional responsibilities include providing comprehensive training on data ethics, establishing guidelines for data management, and conducting regular audits to ensure compliance with the privacy and security protocols. Research institutions should stay abreast of evolving privacy regulation that's always emerging because of all this digital era and technologies we're living in. So by embracing these principles, we can foster a research environment that upholds privacy, safeguards data security, and inspires public trust. Ethical research in the digital era is not only a moral imperative, but also a fundamental requirement for the advancement of knowledge and the well-being of individuals and society as a whole. A final note, technology may evolve rapidly, but the principles of ethical research remain timeless, guiding us to explore with integrity and uphold the highest ethical standards. So please let the quest for knowledge in this digital era be driven not only by curiosity, but also by a deep commitment to respect, protect, and uplift the human experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. End-to-end encryption in on WhatsApp. Is it real or is it a myth? I think we'll never know. Protecting the rights and dignity of people is very, very essential as a fundamental part of a welfare state. There was this Netflix documentary, if everybody might remember, called Social Dilemma, where we, often talk about how consent is not taken before, extracting any kind of information from us, right? So that's why I guess ethics is most important while doing research. Value and substance in research is a must because, there's a quote where it says that without data, you're just another person without an opinion, you know? And lastly, digital identities are there, even if not physical. There's a concept called a digital footprint,
Yes,
where, yes, which is extremely important to remove or to, mark upon the world. So I guess it should be in our hands, what kind of information we share with the world. But even if we are not there physically, we are digitally out there. So thank you, ma'am, for pointing all of these current affairs and bringing them to light. I now request Mukul to introduce the next speaker of the day. Thank you.
thank you.
Moving on, I would like to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Uday Shankar, who is the registrar at the Hidayatullah National Law University in Raipur, Chhattisgarh, and who formerly taught law at the Rajiv Gandhi School of Intellectual Property. He has more than 18 years of experience in both teaching law and conducting legal research. The Magdalene Schott Fellowship was presented to him by the Faculty of Law at the University of Hamburg in the year 2016. And he was the recipient of the Distinguished Fellowship from the Max Planck Institute of Comparative Public Law and International Law in Heidelberg in the year 2008. He has worked as a guest professor in both of these institutions. In the field of constitutional law, he is a member of the International Association of the Constitutional Law. Now, I would like for Dr. Uday sir to take the helm of the symposium in the direction of the concept of literature review and the research methodology. I hope you would agree that this is indeed an important topic. Please, sir.
Yeah, Mukul, I think sir is having some technical glitch. He had joined, but somehow I think he has left the meeting. He'll be joining us shortly, okay? So we'll just wait for a while.
Please unmute, sir. Dr. Uday Shankar, sir, please unmute. Your voice is off, sir.
नहीं नहीं ब्रजेश सर वो शायद थोड़ा सा उनका कुछ ग्लिच आया है तो वो मीटिंग से बाहर निकल गए हैं तो ही विल बी बैक शॉर्टली आई एम जस्ट कनेक्टिंग हाँ सर इज बैक हियर हाँ सर इज बैक हियर
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin shortly. Kindly remain connected. Thank you. Also for those people who wanted to, who could not see Siham ma'am's presentation, Brajesh sir or Devendra sir, if it is possible to tell Siham ma'am to share her PPT, I think that would be great.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm very sorry. You didn't see my PowerPoint slides.
No. Actually, the thing was that there was some kind of technical glitch that was happening in between. So people couldn't. Yeah, because I was reading the comments there. So.
Oh my God! I'm sorry.
It's okay, ma'am. No problem.
I'm presenting, I don't see anybody. I
No,
don't know
it's
why.
okay, ma'am. If it is possible for you to share the presentation in the chat box, I think that would be great.
Is it possible to give me an email? I don't know how to share it on Meet. I am more a Zoom user.
Actually, yeah, it was possible for us to see the presentation, but I
The
think there
slides
was
were
a
not
technical
advanced
glitch.
then.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt, but we were, I think mostly we were saying the introductory slide was there, but not the afterwards.
Oh my
Subsequent slides were
But
not
God!
visible to us.
Who
Only the
is
Dr.
introductory
Siam,
slide was there for
your
all.
stopped me? It should
ma'am,
have stopped me. And
Okay.
ma'am, your talk was so good.
Everybody,
Your
excuse
talk
me,
was so
ladies
good.
and
We did not
gentlemen.
need the slides.
Am I
That
audible?
let me say this. This is a compliment, and this is
Yeah,
my
sure,
feedback.
ma'am. You are audible.
Yeah.
Ma'am PPT,
Um,
ma'am PPT
I think we
send.
can.
Ma'am PPT
Yes.
send email.
Ladies
Thank
and
you.
gentlemen, if
Informative
we
session,
kindly
ma'am.
maintain the decorum of the program, the feedback form will be provided to you later on. And I think from Jabalpur, I think we will have some kind of facility for Siham ma'am to share her presentation. But kindly, I think right now we should wait for Uday Shankar sir. And the feedback form will be forwarded to you shortly, so you can pass on your comments there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Just give me the email. I'll send it. Thank you.
Yeah, ma'am. Please, your mail ID send chat box. Your email ID send chat box, ma'am.
Professor Rajendra Kumar sir, are you joined? Professor Rajendra Kumar sir from Delhi University.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very
आप
good
आप
evening.
रेडी हैं क्या सर अभी?
Yeah,
एक्चुअली
yeah, yeah, yeah.
रजिस्ट्रार सर एक टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम,
Sir.
आप
Please.
रेडी हैं करना है अभी तो मैं
Yes.
आपका ओके.
Registrar Sahab, very good morning, sir.
मुकुल हेलो, मुकुल जी हेलो.
Yes, sir.
ये डॉक्टर
Yes, sir.
प्रोफेसर
Am I
राजेंद्र
audible?
कुमार ऑलरेडी ज्वाइन है ना. रजिस्ट्रार से टेक्निकल इशू, तो प्लीज नेक्स्ट प्रोफेसर
Okay,
राजेंद्र
okay.
से बात करें.
Okay, sir. No issues.
ओके.
Okay, so it seems that Uday Shankar sir is still having
So
some
moving
internet
forward,
glitch.
we have Professor Dr. Rajendra Kumar. He is a professor, Department of Commerce, Rajdhani College, University of Delhi. His areas of interest include marketing and accounting. He has been teaching and has a research experience of more than 22 years for UG for BCom honors and PG special prestige course in DU. He is also an academic member of Communication Institute of Greece, Athens, and he is an author of 9 books for BCom honors and MBA in the University of Delhi. He's also been an editor-in-chief, Academy of Marketing Studies Journal, and an editorial board member for more than 25 national and international journals. He has published 30 research papers and presented more than 40 research paper articles and participated in more than 75 national and international conferences. He has chaired and co-chaired the sessions in national and international conferences and has organized international conferences. He's the Vice Chancellor of Conclave and more than 25 programs like workshops, FDP, lectures, etc., and has been a member of ICA, IAA, IEA, and much more. Please, sir, I would like you to please continue with the speech.
Thank you, Mukulji. I am audible, firstly. Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you, Mukul. You have given me the opportunity, and very good morning and very good afternoon till still between to the 12. So that very good afternoon, respected Professor Ujjwala Gandhi, convener, Dean and Principal of National Law College, Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed University, Pune. Good afternoon, Ms. Rasmi Dubey, convener of the National Law College, Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed University, Pune. And very good afternoon, sir. Registrar Saab Uday Shekhar ji, very good afternoon. And first of all, very congratulations and thank you so much for organizing 3 days international workshop on the research methodology for the faculty and the research scholar, organizing by the Bharati Vidyapeeth, Pune, National Law School, and Social Science and Management Welfare Association. Thank you all the team members behind all these organizing event. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for inviting me as a guest. I am not such a more expert in this research area, but I will do my best for the ethics label for the role. What is the role of the publication in this such area? Now it is the very important is the research. Your topic is very good, the research methodology, and research methodology has saving to the too much part belong to the decide to the topic of the any research paper and the review of the literature, research gap, objectives, and then data collection, analysis, and implementation of all the tools and techniques, and we find the result and discussion, all the suggestions, all these things including in the research methodology. But basically, we can found after that we can say the coursework. Coursework of the PhD or during the PhD we have conducted the 2 paper, and one is the new paper is the implementation of the research ethics or the research ethics in the publication. I think we are following, and you are university also the following. Research scholar also know the meaning of the ethics and the or the importance of the ethics in the current scenario, because we are facing to the AI and the machine learning also, that all these things are involving in this sector, because ethically is a very important. Anywhere research, is it okay, but regular practice also, regular working also, ethics always is the going to the ahead for the other part of the job also. So that is a wonderful topic, your, and thank you all the research scholar and faculty members. Now we can say the ethical or the ethics are the personal conduct or the code of conduct based on the respect for oneself, other and surroundings, is governed by the principles or the assumption underpinning the way of individuals or maybe organization out of conducts themselves. Always you can say the research ethics involves the application of the fundamental ethical principle to the research activities, which include the design and implementation of the research, respect toward the society and others, the use of research and research outputs, scientific misconduct, and the regulation of the research. It is the important that the person involving or the research scholar involving or the any faculty involving in the research must be compliant with the ethical framework in which they should be function or that they should be the research in the future also. Sometimes we can say the in the publication hand, the committee of the publication ethics, COP, like to the publication guidelines or the published guidelines on the publication or the good publication practice in 1999, and the continuously to update of the regularly these of the importance how to improve the research through the genuine work or the first information to set the implementation of the guideline of the publication good published the practice since 1999. Researchers are expected to adhere to ethicals, legal, and professional guidelines. The structures, how research is conducted, the consequence that the research misconduct have are the considerable and the potentially decision or the discussion. More important, research misconducted can cause the public to lose the confidence in the ability and integrity of the researchers. Scientific misconduct in the violation of the standard of the code of the scholarly conducts and ethical behavior in the publication of the professional in the field of any research, humanities, science. Also, research misconduct or the scientific misconduct defined, you can say the 2 or 3 words like the fabrication, falsification, or the plagiarism, when the purpose of the publishing or the research in the suffocation performance of the area and the performing, reviewing research, or the reporting the results. Now, we can discuss about also the accurate report of the result of the research depend on the integrity of the author also, their application and compliance with the guidelines of the relating to the assure and ethical approach throughout and all the robust institution, research government protocol, ensuring that the study, conduct and analysis of the research, publishing process or etc. Now, is that the basic element we can follow up the more than conducting the ethical issue facing to the fabrications? First one, in my point of view, the fabrication is the making or the makeup the data of the result and recording or reporting them. In other words, the fabrication is the practice of the generating data without having performed the relevant research. Research findings should not be discussed, shared, or the published unless the work has been genuinely undertaken. All these including the fabrications also. Falsification and other misconducting. The falsification is the manipulating research material, equipment, or process, or the changing and omitting data. Results such the research is not accurately representing in the research record. You can say also the falsification involves making change, for the example, in the set of or the setup or result of an experimental in the way that cannot be scientifically justified. You can say another way, most commonly with the intention of the improving the result or the removing result do not fit the hypothesis when you have the falsification in the research, in the against the ethics in the publication. And next one is the very most important, the plagiarism is the incorporation of the authors or the person's ideas, processes, result, or word without giving the appropriate credit. And plagiarism is the most frequently type of the misconduct and major breach of the ethics. Plagiarism is qualitative, different from the other two because it does not distort scientific knowledge, although it's the important consequence for the careers of the people or the careers of the people involved and for the whole scientific enterprise also. So making is the three elements against we go to the ethics or the publication ethics in the research ethics, fabrication, falsification, and the plagiarism. Specific, we can say the publication ethics is the most important things. Or the what is the publication ethics? I think in the elements including in the publication ethics, study design, the most important things in the publication ethics. Study design means is that the designing of the study is collection of method and producer used to gather and analyze the data on the variables defined in a research. A poorly designed study can never be recovered. What is or the whereas in the inadequate analysis, study can be reanalyzed to reach a meaningful conclusion in the study design. A study design should be clearly expressed in a writing protocol. If you can say that somewhere the medical study or the clinical study or the another field also, humanities, science, and mathematical also, the number of participants to the including in the analysis should be the sufficiently large to be give the definitely result. We can say most of the humanities we are writing to the paper in the publication only the alone author. We are afraid because we are writing a paper someone is not copy to me or another person copy to me. But we can say the number of author in the science or the specific physics, chemistry or another. You can the large number of the authors, more than 20, 15, because is the important thing is the study design. More of the authors or the more of the writers or more of the researcher in the specific paper, so then you will be find to the genuinely or the specific area or the quality of the data collection. You can see in the humanities, we can take the example of the history and we can take the example of the management. You can see the most of the paper of author, maximum of the 4 or 5. That is the basic difference is the data analysis. Because we have something is lag, because we are hurry to publish the paper in the 1 month or the 2 months. But we will justify of the as per the researcher devoted the our work, because we can take the one part of the literature review or the most of the research gap. If we can take the research gap and distribute the work for our co-authors, so you will be find to the genuinely work and genuinely result, because you will collect the data or the first hand data or the first data. So it is the possibility you have the result will be good because you have collected the first information through the channel. You can say the local ethical research committee should hold back approval until the deficiency in the design of the study have to the correctly. All investigators should agree on the final protocol and their contribution should be clearly. So I think my first point is the public ethicals is the study design or the research design is the most important for the publish your ethically, or the you should find the good result, or the you should find to the genuinely work is the data study design. What is your the research design, or the what is your the literature review on the as per your topic or as per the study, and after that you will find to the good research gap. When you will find to the good research gap, that absolutely you will find and you will be decide your appropriate objectives in the study. So that is the study design or the research design is a very important when you have published any ethical paper or any ethical project also. And the next one we can say the ethical approval is the most important point. Nowadays, the ethical approvals for all the study involves individuals, maybe the science, humanities, or the medical record also. Approval from a duly appointed research ethical committee. Nowadays, the necessary. UGC have also necessary, and some Scopus journals, ABDC journal and website also. They have working behind the posters or the behind the name or the accept the editorial board also. The research protocol should be adhere strictly to the international standards, such as those of the Council for the any or the scientific or the medical or the humanities or the like the management, so on also. Now, next one point is the approve is the data analysis. The very crucial role always follow up the data analysis. Data analysis methodology. When you have take the good topic and you can take the more literature review, after the study of the literature review, you find the good journal research gap. When you find once you have good research gap behind or the back or the old research studies, after that you will find the genuinely or main objective for the further study. When you have find the design or the research design, then it will be the clearly data analysis. If you have the misconduct or the misrepresentation in your research gap or the literature review or manipulate your objective, it is not possible that your data analysis will be good result or will be good interpretation. Always in future also the misleading or the misconducting. That the data analysis methodology should be clear. state in the protocol. That data analysis methodology, when will be the clear? When your research gap is clear and your objective is clear. After that, you will be follow the data analysis clearly. Otherwise, you will find wrong data, and then we are playing and we are trying to manipulate our objective within that hypothesis also. The variation such a post ad hoc analysis or the data omissions should be agreed or the agree upon and the reported in the paper by the investigator. The capacity of the manipulating data electronically now is the enormous. Originally image should be away to be retained and any alteration should be revealed. So that any publication should be maintain the publication ethics. Now, next one point in the publication is the authorship. A very important role of the authorship. In the past, honorary authorship has been employed widely. However, the concept that the professors, research scholars, or the department head should be inability find his or way or her way to the proper is no longer acceptability. That's the clear. Each contribution should be able to maintain clearly how they took part in the study, or each author must be or must take the public responsibility for the work for the published in any journal, any magazine, like to any project should be clear, or take the responsibility. It is desirable to have one senior author or the several research scholar in the participating. Sometimes the forwarding in the data collection or the journal supervisor of the research is the insufficient for the authors. Authorship acknowledgement should be based on sustainable or substantial contribution, like to the concept, design, interpretation of the data, draft and critical revisions of the intellectual or the strong or the genuine content, final approval of the version to the public. Now is the role of the publication in the ethics also the peer reviews, peers of the reviews, not peer review. The peer review is the method used to evaluate the quality of articles submitted to the journal in any journal or any peer review or scopus, like the Committee on the Publication Ethics in the any peer review has developed the ethical guidance or the guidelines for the peer reviewers. The affiliation between the author, editor, and the peer reviewer is the confidential collaboration. It is only with the editor's permission the manuscript should be passed on to the college or the other individuals or the research scholar. Always you can see the reviewer or the editor should not be used the information contained in the paper for their benefits. Journals should have clearly defined or should be defined in the communication policy on the types of peer review journal or the other journal or the reviewers also. Reviewers can play the vital role or the vital function or the vital work in the figure out the data fabrication, data falsification, plagiarism, image manipulation, unethical research, biased report, authorship abuse, and redundant or the duplicate publication, undeclared conflict of the interest. These are the reviewers. Now we can say when we have the published in the paper, we have or the research scholar as a faculty member who write the paper or the publish the paper. So what about the some duty as the publication as an editor? Editor also the same or the main role, because nowadays we can say that so many journals in the online journals, but we have taking the position as the editor-in-chief and the editorial board member or this. But after the taking the positions, we have forgotten our duties for the journal. Okay, what is our role also? Paper is coming in our journal, we have taken and further or forward to the reviewer or the co-review also. But I have no any idea how many number of reviewers taking the initiative of the seriously review of the paper nowadays also, because we are all the write the paper, you are taking 2 months, 3 months, 4 months behind the paper. But when you have sending a paper in reputed journal or another journal, so that you can feeling that your paper is acceptance already 2 months or 3 months, because the lack of the duty of the editors or the reviewers nowadays, that is a big problem also. They may be competing the interest among the participant. It is the responsibility of the editor ensure that they do not affect on the journal. They should be hesitant of the published work challenges or the published study in their journal. They should be rejected study with the negative result. Editors must act promptly if a published paper is found having the published as a misleading or the misrepresentation also. So this is the publication ethics also, maybe both sides. We have discussing all the paper falsification, plagiarism also. It is the one side, and another you can say the facing the too much problem in the publication area through the editors and the editorial board and the chief editor and the reviewer also. Next thing we can discuss about the publication ethicals role, research and publication, misconducting or the misrepresentation or the data manipulating. Now is the redundant publication. Redundant publication, you can see nowadays, you our respected and the honorable faculty here and senior most professor here, we are facing to the so many redundant publications, sometimes referred to a duplicate or the triplicate publication. Is the term used when two or more papers that the overlapping in the significant way are published in the different journal without cross references. It is not uncommon for two or more papers involving the same or the similar patient database to be published in the subsequent. The author should be disclosed there to the editor and make the cross reference to the previous papers. It is permissible to publish a paper in the other language as a long or this disclose also. Now we can say that sometime also another point of the publication in the ethics, motivate for the misconducting. You can see nowadays a motivation or the motivate why the investigator fabricated record are not understood. Improving understanding of the way researcher committed misconducting or the determined or the detrimental research practice DRPs is essential. A range of public reason maybe why are the motivating the misconducting of the publication the research work. Number one is the career and funding pressure nowadays, because you can take the example, UGC has the minimum paper requirement of the entry level of the assistant professor in the university or the colleges also minimum 3 publication. So that is the career pressure, or I want to say that a new scholar has completed his that JRF and PhD also, then he will be applying for the any university for the assistant professor. That it should be the mandatory for the 3 papers. One paper of the each 2 marks in the out of 100. After the calculating of the getting the minimum 60 marks, then they will be called, employer call to the scholar. So that the career pressure also, because they want, or the scholar want to be mandatory to publish the paper. So motivate the some things. We are forgetting the what about the misconducting or the misrepresenting. So that is one stage. Sometimes we can facing to the after the taking the assistant professor, some want to the we can take the some project from the other granting commission like to ICSSR or the UGC. So like to the pressers, so many times we are motivating the misleading or the conducting or the misrepresentation of the fabrication data. We can in hurry, because always we are running for the key. I want to become a first, or I want to become reach to the positions. Second one, you can take in the motivate of the misconducting, institutional failures of oversight, commercial conflicts in the of the interest, inadequate training also, erosions of the standards monitoring also, and part of a large pattern of the social damage. All these are representing to go or the motivate or the influence to you or the influence any research scholar for the some time using the fabricated data, because we are in hurry nowadays. Everyone want to become a assistant professor, earliest early possible to the associate professor, and immediately for the professor. So that we are, or the I have a problem, because everyone want to the publish or everybody want to the taking promotion time. So we are the motivating for such type of the fabrication of the misconducting or the misleading. Now we can take to the prevention of the misconducting. Another point, the widespread nature of the research of the publication. Misconduct indicate that existing control measure are the inadequate. Enhancing the method, detecting the misconducting are required. Even if research policies were made more effective, the fundamental question of why certain individual violate their duties, or the humanities, or the science researcher, research scholar, or any value stream, no problem. Clearly guideline or the clear guidance on the ethic should be emphasized during the research training, like to the research core when we have the join as a PhD. So it is the mandatory, it will be good for the research scholar. We have appearing the 2 or 3 papers, including the research ethics also. So research scholar has also the day-to-day increasing after the coursework. Research scholar has clearly concept after the coursework or the passing the this type of the paper. Research methodology, research ethics. So this is very important and very good implementation by the UGC last after the 2017 is the coursework is the mandatory. Now the law require data photographic recording experimentally result to be maintained for the last 15 years. The record of the laboratory experiment also. So is the legally. Now come to the another point. Why scientific or the why research misconducting matter? It will the next point. Why research and misconducting matter? Difficult to recognize or the difficult to the recognize. It's like to domestic violence. We did not the recognize it yet. It undermines public trust, like the scientific or the management or this one. It corrupted the scientific role and the leading false of the conclusion. When we have the misleading our data, so that we have find to the false conclusion also. Now most of the country do have or the do not have the good system or the neither for the prevent or the nor of the treatment. Misleading presentation we have taken to the so much peer review journal in our country also online, open access in the name. But we can see, so which type of the editorial board. Firstly, when will we do the publish of the paper, you can check the two things in the journal. First one, you can check the issues. Publication issue, my point. Publication issue means that monthly, quarterly, half-yearly, or annually. Number one, you can take the example. 1 month, if a journal A publish a paper in monthly, you can see some paper in Indian peer review journal. You can see in a month, 20 or more than 30 paper published in a month. How is that possible? Any journal in a month publish a paper of the more than 20 or 25 or 30 paper? I think is the practice is the misconducting or the against the ethically. You can check. Number one, same here in the quarterly also. You can say the some paid journal in the Scopus also, UGC also, ABDC also. Next one is check of the any publications or the ethics of the publication, the editorial board. Editorial board should be clearly with the designation, with the email ID of the editor or the editorial board or any working in the editorial board. Clearly, not again the name and this. No, I think you should be learned. You have the some or the you have the some contact or the you have some the information about your paper. You can discuss with directly. Now is the strategy of support of the research integrity. Ensure the policy governing academic research not only are the place but are the followed. Enforce expectation for the process goal. Communication expectation for accurate accounting of the time spent on the research activity. Evaluate the grant amounting function or the establish an office of the research integrity. And last one is my conducting for the measuring the maintain research ethics, avoid the scientific misconducting before the conduction of the research. Develop clear research plan, submit protocol to ethical review, prepare well with your research community, agree on authorship during the conducting of research, follow for the approval protocol, gain consent, involve the community, protect yourself, your team, and your participant. And regularly check your data or regularly check your update because nowadays the very changes rapidly. So these were, I conclude my topic and thank you so much. You have given me opportunity for this session. So thank you so much all the organizers, team members, or the convener, co-convener, and special thanks to Registrar sir. And thank you so much participating all the participants from the different part of the country. So that thank you. This type of program should be helpful for everyone who is in the academic or the research area. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. It was truly a very informative session from your side. Often there is a fine line between researching too much and researching the wrong way. So generally people tend to research in a very unethical way. So thank you for bringing this topic to light, sir. We really appreciate it. Also, I would like to point out that, we used to have a subject in college, like for the previous year, called professional ethics. So the conduct of a lawyer or the conduct of a judge towards for his clients is as important as researching the same about the judge, the court, and the client, and anything related to that. So it's a sincere, a request to all the academicians out there that, please do try to include research topics, and the conduct related to that, because we need people like Rajendra Kumar sir who will throw light on this topic more, especially for our students. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank
It
you,
was
thank you.
really a pleasure to listen to you.
Thank you.
I would now like to introduce Dr. Uday Shankar sir. Thank you.
Uh, is Odessa there? Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Yes, Uday sir is joined.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Mukul,
Yes,
you're
sir, you're
audible. Uday sir is joined.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Moving on, I would like to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Uday Shankar sir, who is the registrar at the Hidayatullah National Law University in Raipur, Chhattisgarh, and who formerly taught law at the Rajiv Gandhi School of Intellectual Property. He has more than 18 years of experience both teaching law and conducting legal research. The Magdalene Fellowship was presented to him by the Faculty of Law at the University of Tanki in 2016, and he was Distinguished Fellowship from the Mathematics Institute of Comparative Public Law and International Law in Heidelberg in the year 2008. He has worked as a guest professor in both of these institutions. In the field of constitutional law, he is a member of the International Association of Constitutional Law. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Uday sir to take the helm of the symposium in the direction of the concept of literature review. I hope you would agree that this is an important topic. So, please, sir.
Uday Shankar sir.
Hold on for a second, Anaya.
Is Uday Shankar sir there?
Yeah, Uday Shankar is connecting. Uday Shankar sir is connecting in 2 minutes. So we'll just wait for 2 minutes. Meanwhile, the participants can enjoy their break.
Hello. Hello. Rashmi ma'am.
Ha, yes, sir. Yeah, yes, sir.
May I leave, ma'am?
Yes, sir. If you wish, you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now is the some another lecture or the another
Yes, sir.
presentation?
Yes,
How
sir. Yeah.
much time? Which
Sir,
time, ma'am?
sir, we'll just 2 minutes. The speaker is trying to join, and we are just waiting for him.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so
Thank you.
much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Mukul. So I think we should proceed with the next speaker. Meanwhile, sir will join as still his
Okay, ma'am.
as still his internet glitch is persisting. It seems so. So we have speaker Dr. Brajesh Dubey with us. So let's proceed.
Okay. Moving forward, we have like the right man comes at the right time. Finally, our wait is over, and I'm going to hear from the silver tongued person as I've heard about him from my peers. The disposition is referring to none other than Dr. Brajesh Kumar Dubey, present amongst us to grace the colloquium. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate Dr. Dubey on behalf of BVTU New Law College team for Dr. Brajesh Kumar Dubey is presently a professor of Environmental Engineering and Management and the chairman of School of Water Resources at the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, India. Dr. Dubey is an author of 115 plus journal papers, 4 edited books, conference proceedings, 25 book chapters, and 27 full conference papers. He has given more than 50 plus invited presentations in various countries in the world, including Canada, US, China, Germany, India, South Korea, Thailand, and UK. Moreover, Dr. Dubey currently serves as an associate editor or editorial board members of 5 different journals, including ASCE, Journal of Hazardous, Toxic, and Radioactive Waste, International Solid Waste Association, Journal of Waste Management and Research. Dr. Dubey has over 16 plus years of research, teaching, and consulting experience within the broad fields of environmental, resilient engineering, and circular economy approaches, addressing the nexus among sustainability, resiliency, and infrastructure. His research has been funded by several national and international agencies such as United Nations Industrial Development Organization, National Geographic Society, International Transport Forum, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, Paris, DST India, and a lot more. Not taking much of your time, sir, as well as that of the conference. Now I would like everyone to be all ears to Dr. Dubey's words regarding the nitty-gritty of research process.
Thank you, Mukul. I think you are hearing me okay. Can you hear me okay, Mukul?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay, so I'll get started. I think you can see my screen now. Is that clear? Screen is visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. So let's get started. So as Mukul mentioned that I have been asked
Yes,
to
sir,
talk
it's
about.
visible. You can start.
Okay. So as Mukul mentioned that I have to talk about the basic steps in the research process. So that's what I'm going to talk about. And many of these, like I was going through the program, and many of the subtopics that I will be touching upon, you have another lectures in those areas too. So I will try to give a kind of an overview of what is research in my view, like how the research should be done, and based on my experience of almost since 2001, now 22 years of experience of doing research in the area of environmental engineering and science. So what I have learned, I will try to share that with you in next 20-25 minutes. So let's get started. So it's as, see, when we talk about research, and previous speaker also, I was listening to him, he was talking about publications and all that, Rajendraji, and it goes in and hand. Like you have to do research, but at the same time, you have to write as well. That's why I have tried to keep it together, research as well as journal paper writing, because unless you write, how others will know about your research, isn't it? Either you write it as a book chapter, or write it as a journal article, or you write it as a, you can write thesis, you can write reports, research reports, you can do presentations of your research. So it kind of goes in and hand. So good communication is skill. As a good researcher, you need to have good communication skill as well. Both written communication as well as you have to kind of develop your oral communication skill too. So good writing skills and oral skills are very critical to good research and journal paper publication. And in terms of, if you look at if you kind of divide the research into broad categories, you need to have a passion. Research is not everybody's cup of tea. Not everybody can do research. Sometimes it can get very boring because you are kind of just in one topic trying to, especially in today's world with so much distraction through so-called social media and other things, so much distraction is there. So keep yourself focused on one particular topic, and for kind of multiple years, that itself is an art. So that you need to have really passionate about that topic. You need to be motivated about that topic. That you really want to learn, go into deeper and deeper. Research means you have to kind of go deeper into the subject matter. You have to be curious. Unless you are curious, you will not have questions, isn't it? So if you're not curious, and that curiosity should be there. Unfortunately, what happens is, see, when we are in a kindergarten, when we are in elementary school, we all are curious. We all are curious. We ask too many questions, isn't it? We ask questions to our parents, we ask questions to the grandparents, whoever is around, to our teachers. But as we get older and older and older, the education system kind of makes all of us a stereotype, and we stop asking questions. We should not stop asking questions, but unless you ask questions, asking good questions is of research. If you can frame good questions, that itself is very, very difficult. Like you have a good question that you will ask as part of your research. Then observation, getting the data, collection of the data. Earlier we heard about that you need to have data quality, ethics in data quality as well. I have some slides, couple of slides later on as well on plagiarism. That is also very, very important. Sometimes, especially in our country and some developing countries, we don't take that very seriously. But that is very serious. Plagiarism is a huge thing. And for many foreign universities and other places, they will even just don't consider your application if you submit a proposal there for some postdoc and others. And everywhere these days, plagiarism check is there. So when they check the project, they find that it's essentially copy and pasted. Even self-plagiarism is a problem. So that is also, we'll talk about that. And then you need to have an imagination. You have to have, for the research, you have to imagine something. Now, since I assume that there are people here, some from the legal background, from some maybe could be from the other backgrounds too. But for my legal background people, friends, even there is a lot of overlap of research that can be done between the legal as well as the science aspect. Legal, when I say legal, I'm mostly ultimately it becomes policy, isn't it? So policy and engineering, policy and the technology. Professor Uday Shankar, unfortunately, he is not able to connect. He does a wonderful lecture on how artificial intelligence and these things are impacting like even the legal areas and other stuff. So similarly, like when you talk about, say, I work in the area of environmental engineering. So, or most specifically, as during the introduction you heard, mostly focused in the waste management side. So liquid waste as well as the solid waste, looking at what is going into the environment, how to prevent that in terms of polluting our soil, our water, our air. So we have National Green Tribunal. National Green Tribunal is a good kind of connection between us and the legal side. So National Green Tribunal comes up with a lot of orders from time to time. But how that orders are really changing? Are those orders really helping us to make the environmental conditions better? What happened to all the orders that the NGT passed in last 10 years or last 15 years since it is in existence in the different area? What really happened to those environmental issues? Did the things improve? How much it improved? So in terms of data, should we change the way even that some of those environmental policies are there? Some policies are not that practical. Many of those policies, we like it or we don't like it. It's actually, we get too much inspired. I don't want to use the word copy and paste. We get too much inspired by the European and the other policies, and we try to have similar policies in India, but we don't have that kind of infrastructure in India. Isn't it? The European countries, some of those Western European countries are working on environmental side for last 30, 40, 50 years. And today they have a policy which is much stricter. In India, we don't have that infrastructure. We cannot have the same policy that the Europe has in India today unless we develop the infrastructure as well. So there where the legal and the technical people has to come together and come up with a policy which is actually will work from India. Because if you make a law which is too harsh, which we know that nobody will be able to follow, what is the point of making that law? Isn't it? There is no point. So there is a lot of research can be done in this area. How to make law more practical, how to make law more applicable, so that it can be applied based on the constraint that we have in terms of the physical constraint of the infrastructure of our environmental protection systems, also intellectual lack that we have, intellectual capacity. Because people are not trained many times for all those stuff. So it's a highly complex area, but that's a good area where a lot of interdisciplinary research and the legal, engineers, scientists, and other things can come together and do. So coming back to in terms of daily life, when you're trying to do a research, you should do a lot of reading. Not reading of just the abstract and the conclusion. When you read a paper, you read it thoroughly, especially when you read the abstract, you find that yes, this paper is useful for me for the topic that I'm going to work on. You read that paper very carefully. Go over very carefully, see what methodology they used. Was there any lacuna in that methodology? Are you really happy with that methodology? Or you think that they should have done it something better? They should have actually done it slightly in a different way. So you have to keep on what you read in a critical way. Don't just and don't read on your smartphone or in this thing. That reading is actually that really doesn't really work. You have to, although I'm not telling you to print it and read it, because being an environmental engineer, you will say we should save the trees, we should have not to use papers. But I'm an old schooler. I still like to have my hard copy and read it through the hard copy only. But if you're comfortable reading on the screen, do that. There are Adobe and other lot of softwares are there. You can do even you can put comments on the hard copy. Somebody like me, who is now in few years will be approaching 50 years of age. We are old schoolers, so we are still trying to do handwritten notes and all that. But read and think. Don't just read. Think about it. Discuss with your peers. Like whatever you read, discuss with your peers. When you discuss, a lot of new things come up, and try to then you try to see that can it be adapted, can it be simulated in whatever problem you are trying to achieve. Write it, present it, again read it, and you can see lots of arrows going back and forth here. It is essentially kind of telling you that you have it will be a lot of many times back and forth things will happen. So you have to kind of read, think, again read it, and learn from it. And that's a daily life of a researcher. And there is no easy formula for research and publishing journal papers. There could be certain good practices, so that we will be looking at. Work hard. Without working hard, nothing is possible. There is no free lunch. You must have heard that term many times. You have to work hard. And when you work hard, don't only work hard, work is smart as well. Like when you are, that's why the previous things where it says that think, discuss, simulate, write, present, get feedback. Get feedback from your peers. And that's what the word that we say, work smart, like talk to people, present it, get feedback, learn from others. See, none of us are knows everything. Listen, we just know, if you look at the entire knowledge in the world, probably we may just know one drop of water. Even I don't know whether I know that one drop of water even. So there's so much of things out there, and we cannot be expert of each and everything. And otherwise, but we should be open to suggestions, open to learning, listen to others. When you listen to others, don't get too much bogged down. See, especially when you get, I think you have a session tomorrow where they're talking about review paper, like when you get the review comments, how to address that. So see, when you get those review from anywhere, whether you're in a presentation review or written papers review, when you got those review, the review is for that paper. Review is for that writing. Review is not for you. There is a difference there. It is for the product that you made, and some people may like the product, some people may not like the product. Product is whatever you wrote, isn't it? Paper or Jira, book chapter. So there is a critique of that. Don't get many students, like when I have several PhD students, and when their comments come back, they get so much depressed, they get down, and it takes 1 or 2 days to bring them back to normal. Don't see. It's natural to feel bad about it, but the critique was on the paper. Critique was, if I just since Mukul introduced me, I'm just using his name. I say if Mukul submits the paper, it's not on Mukul. Critique is not on Mukul. Critique is on the paper that Mukul wrote. So there is a difference there. So don't take it too much personally. Try to just work on the comments that you get and try to address it. And of course, luck is always needed. So first thing is to find a research topic. Now, how will you find a research topic? Just a few minutes back, I told you some examples of that NGP orders and other things that could be a research topic. You can look at even, say, since again, my experience is more from environmental side, say Swachh Bharat mission, that the waste management rule. What is this? You can even have the waste management rule could be a research topic too. Like you can look at what is happening with that law and policy, how it is being implemented, what things needs to change from the ground experience. So that could be a research topic. So because ultimately we want all these laws to be implementable on the ground. If they are not implementable, there is no point. Just putting them in a nice book doesn't really make sense. So when you give presentation, talk to people, you will always get new ideas. Listen to webinars. There are a lot of websites these days which talks about the law research. Go to their website, look at that, try to learn from people. And when also you get, when you write something, you also get a lot of ideas. Because when you have the data that you have collected and you analyze the data, you find a lot of what we call research gaps, which typically we put in our future work. Isn't it? Whenever we write a journal article, towards the end, we'll have a future work section. In future, probably somebody should work on blah, 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 blah. So, but that is actually, those are the research areas which somebody else can work on it. So, and there could be other issues that you talk to people and you find out. So in terms of research topic, it should be something which is simple to stick. Of course, not obvious how to do it, because if it's obvious, then somebody must have already done it. Research has to have some novelty. Novelty means there has to be some newness, which nobody else has done it, especially if you're going for a PhD. Without novelty, it doesn't work. It should have clear benefit to the society. We are all funded from taxpayers' money. Each and every one of us pays GST, directly, indirectly. So we all are paying taxes. Some paying income tax, and some other, the entire population pays rest of the tax. So there has to be a clear benefit to the society from your research. And you can break that research into, so you will have an overall objective, then you have objective 1, objective 2, objective 3. So that's your broken into steps. And then you make progress, and then whatever you make progress, whatever you come up with the solution, you should be able to test it. You should be able to see that whether the solution is really working or not working. Now, how you find it? You talk to your PhD supervisor, MTech supervisor, a master's supervisor. When you go for a master's program or a doctoral program, you talk to other students, you talk to collaborators, brainstorm with colleagues, read review papers, listen to research talks, sometimes teach a course. Teach a course is a very good way. If you really want to learn a course, you start teaching that course if you get a chance. Because once you start teaching that course, It will force you to learn all the nitty-gritty detail of that course. Then only you will become much better. I've been teaching since 2008, and every time I teach, even the one course solid waste management course I've been teaching since 2008, almost every year. But every time, even starting next week, I'll be teaching it. I'm sure I will learn something new. Because when you teach, you learn. Give a talk. When you prepare a talk, that also forces you to understand the detail. Think hard to prepare for the tough questions. And also you should look for some emerging fields that will, because see, you have to publish. And all of us, as Rajendra sir was mentioning, that all of us are in a race to become like quick assistant professor, associate professor, full professor. We like it, we don't like it. That race, unfortunately, is going to stay. Of course, we should not do any unethical business there. That's not at all acceptable. But you should, of course, it's not. I would not say it's. I would not discourage somebody to look for some topic which is kind of hot right now, so that their publication or funding becomes slightly better. Good research topic interest to both and your advisor, because you have to work together for 4 years, 5 years to get your PhD. What could lead to well-defined set of results? You can do a constraint optimization problem. It should be timely. It should be useful. We already talked about that. And you work on the significant part. And ask yourself, if you are successful, so what? How it is going to help the society? And the starting of anything is the most difficult. See, you must have seen that whenever you try to do anything new, that's always have lots of frustration. So, and for that, we do literature review. So it has been really nice. Unfortunately, Professor Uday Sankar's audio has some internet glitch problem. Otherwise, if I had talked right after him, it would be really nice, because he will cover the literature research part, like no state of the art. He will, when he joins, I think he will go in more details. I'll not spend too much time on it. But essentially, when you do the literature review, you find the state of the art, you read a lot, you read selectively on your topic. You have to be a bit selective, because there are too much research, too much literature is out there. You have to select the one which you are more focused on based on your PhD or master's research. Discuss with advisors, discuss with your colleagues. Then ask, what is the historical background? When you're writing a paper, always look for what is the historical background. What is the motivation of that paper? Why they are written it? What they really want to achieve? What are the real contributions? What else can you do to make it better? Which typically written in their future work? And whatever methods they use, can it be done in a better way? Because see, the paper might be written 2 years, 3 years ago. Right now, or maybe 5 years, 10 years ago, situation was different. Today, we have more tools available. Can something better can be done today? Get more info, and then references of any paper is very, very important source for information for all the area of that topic. So you can look at references. Do something. Don't just keep on reading paper forever. Try to do something. You start. You will fail. That's okay. We all learn from failures. Remember when we started learning how to do bicycle, how to ride a bicycle, or how to ride a scooty, or how to ride a car? We all fail. We all fail at some point of time. It's okay. It's okay to fail. Unless you fail, you will not be successful. So then you try to, but don't be, when you fail, it's again, get up and get going. You don't feel like that if one paper did not get accepted, it doesn't matter. We will improve that paper, we submit it again. So we should again get back and going. And of course, when you are doing that, you should definitely look at what is the state of the art technique going on right now. You cannot keep on doing the same thing again and again and accept success unless you have to change as well, isn't it? Whatever the reviewer comments came, or somebody gave you suggestion, you have to improve. Otherwise, you will still, again, same results will come back. So learn as much as you could, do as much as you could. If you don't do it, you never get there. So basically, you have to do it. And give seminars, like you give a talk like this, we are doing this. So give a talk and go to schools, go wherever you get a chance, give a talk. That actually forces you to think deeply and prepare you for tough questions. And actually, if you give a talk in a school, especially elementary school and a middle school, they will ask actually very tough questions because they ask questions that are very basic in nature and out of the box question, because there is no biasness there. There is no conditioning has happened there. So they ask out of the box very genuine, inquisitive, curious minds. So it's actually tough. What based on my experience, I've given talks to school kids as well. I always feel more nervous when I give kids to school kids than I'm talking to my PhD students, because I kind of anticipate what question will come from PhD student. You cannot anticipate what question will come from school kids, and there are sometimes very good questions which we don't think they're using in a regular time. And then discuss your idea with your advisor. More success in peer to collaborate, peers. Discussing always helps clarify your idea. Get constructive feedback. Regular meetings. And as I said earlier, carefully consider criticism for others. Don't get bogged down. Collaborate with experts, learn from experts. Collaborations are not always easy because different personalities, different styles, different opinions, different ways of doing things. So you will always have this, but you will definitely find someone few people whom you can collaborate and work together who will have similar frequency and all. And don't worry too much about credits. We have to establish yourself through your long-term contributions. So don't go after number. Of course, numbers are important, but the quality is also important. So that's what is very, very important. So I'll go a little bit quicker now. I think so. The idea needs to be simulated. So you don't have to just make certain intuition. Whatever assumption you make has to be valid. Try to compare things. Make sure the comparisons are fair. Interpret results. Look at how the results came, and then if something works, why, how, what is the reason it worked? If something doesn't work, that's actually more interesting. That gives us more idea to do research. So negative result is not people think that, oh, it's a negative result. That means my all effort gone on vain. No, negative result is also a result. You can even publish negative results, so that the other people should not go and do that, isn't it? So that's important. Keep documenting. Keep notes about your work. Write as you go. Documenting is not only writing final journal papers. So just keep on writing. You should maintain a diary. Whatever you do every day, like your research diary. And what will happen if you document it at the end, when you write the final paper, you can just go through your notes. It becomes much easier to write it, because something you did today, some discussion, some data analysis, some data collection, later on you actually forget. So if it's documented, it becomes much easier. It may take 5, 10, 15 minutes of your day, every daily routine, but put that in practice. And present research result. Present research result, always paper is to present new and better technique for solving any problem. And always keep in mind, you should define what is the problem, what is the newness, as I said, what is the your novelty, why whatever you are suggesting is better. If you've done a data analysis or some survey, analysis of policies and all that, whatever you are recommending, why it is better than what we have already been done. And if you can quantify how much better it is, so that should be there. Emphasize your salient points, summarize your contribution. And when you write a journal paper, it should be a logical presentation, good English, top-down organization, outline, logic, flow. Use other good papers as samples. See, especially when you're writing first few papers in your research career, there are a lot you will find while reading. You may get it from your supervisor. Some professors will give you, oh, this paper is very good. You can use that paper as a sample, which has done work in similar area. You try to structure your paper around the same way. That's not plagiarism. Plagiarism is if you take the entire, you can try to take paragraphs and maybe sentences after sentences from that paper to your paper. I'm just saying to look at the style, the logical flow, and that should be there. And you should try to highlight what is newness. As I said, again, same thing, previous work and your contribution. Focus on novel part. Be concise, but be to the point. Then you know your work, but the reviewers and the readers may not. So you choose when you're looking at, the reviewers and readers, they are in the same broad area, but they may not work on your specific problem. So that's why you need to have very clear in writing, precise, clear definition of terms, motivation, what was the rationale, and why, as a part of writing, if you can pose some questions and answer them, that becomes much easier for the reviewers. Try to make life easier for the reviewers, and that way it's a chance of they will like the project. And if it's easy for reviewers, means it will be easy for the readers. And if it's really easy for readers, means it's a useful paper. If it's a useful paper, you also get benefit because it will be cited a lot. If it's cited a lot, as you will have in your career progression, when people look for all those citation, H-index and other stuff, it will show better. So it's always kind of going to help you. When you review a paper, then say if you're reviewing a paper for your students or you are reviewing a paper for your colleague, does the paper introduce new problem? And is there a new or is it a new solution to an existing problem? You should look at what is the main result. How is the result significant? Is the paper sound in terms of legalese and other stuff, like whatever the arguments that is being made? Does the provide paper an assessment of the strength and limitation? Is the paper clearly written? Does the paper references appropriate? So whenever you are critiquing other works, especially your colleagues and others, be constructive, give constructive feedback. Say if you know that there is a problem and you don't say just because my friend will feel bad about it, you are not actually helping him. And that's why I said you should be open to criticism. As you have to be, if you really want to become a good academic, you have to make a habit to be open for criticism. If you're not open for criticism, then it's very difficult because see, one person cannot know everything. So not so obvious a statement should be supported by references. Avoid using many adjectives. Give right level of details. Spell out your point. Not let readers guess too much. Always check a spelling. But there's a lot of us that's very, very critical. Then revise. Imagine you are a reviewer trying to critically criticize the paper. Read it word by word. To get a well-written paper, early drafts may often be completely rewritten. Sometimes, especially if your initial papers, that may go up to 8 to 10 times of revisions back and forth between you and your supervisor. Revise carefully more than 3 times. It could be total 5 times. Get help from others. It is hard to find sometimes on mistakes because there are things in our head. When we read the paper, there are subconscious mind has something, so we understand it. But if you give it to somebody who has no idea about that research, that person can tell you that this paragraph was totally off. I could not understand anything. And then you realize, oh yes, there is a problem. So it's always because when we do our things again and again and again, we get biased about certain things. So that's why giving it a fresh look by somebody else is always fun. And publish fast. Jaldi kijiye, jaldbaji mat kijiye. Do all the stuff that is needed. Do all the due diligence, but don't wait too much because see, there are so many people around the world working on different types of research, including legal research. So many people in India working on your legal research. So if you don't publish, somebody else will publish the similar work because they're all mostly working in whatever is the buzzword or the hot area of that particular years. And then you cannot publish your paper in a good journal. So always try to publish the paper as fast as possible. Jaldi karna hai, jaldbaji nahi karna hai. So research is never ending. So in many cases, writing a paper when you have enough contribution, don't wait until the solution is perfect because you can always write a follow-up paper. So you put that in future work and do that. These days, many journals don't even allow they don't allow you to put too many word limits are also there. Like they will not allow more than 5,000 words, 6,000 words. So you cannot have a big paper anyway. So if you have a good story, just send it for publication. So abstract, what should be there? Abstract should be there. Introduction. Introduction is background and previous work. Then you put your work, split into multiple sections. Your data collection, analysis, you compare that, interpret, then your conclusions, acknowledgement, references, and if you want to put some appendix in terms of some survey and other things you did, you want to put it in appendix, you can do that too. Usually paper review takes 3 or 4 months after you get the acknowledgement from the editor-in-chief. If you don't receive results in 3 to 4 months, you can check with associate editor, whoever is assigned, politely send them an email, him or her an email. And after receiving the review, fix the problem if you agree with the reviewer's comment. Reviewers are experts. But see, sometimes what happens is they may not get your perspective very clearly. So if you don't agree with the reviewer's comment, those points represents part that you can improve. Like even if you don't agree, make it more clearer. Because see, they are experts, but some maybe they don't know my area that well. So they may not. So that's my problem as well, isn't it? I could not explain it in a clear way. Had I been able to explain it in a clear way, reviewer would not have given me that comment. So always look with a positive frame of mind. that कुछ तो problem होगा, तभी तो reviewer that has given. So let's fix that problem. Let's fix that problem. Don't get stubborn and all that. Let's fix that problem. Let's make it more clear. More in terms of maybe methodology was not clear or the result was not explained well. Whatever, you do that. But at the same time, you also have to look at the reviewers are not always correct too, because they may not have, because as I said, they could not understand what was being said. That problem I have because I could not explain them well enough. But if they are giving you a comment which has nothing to do with your research, because just and it happened because it was not clear, you can disagree. It is okay to disagree with reviewers and give the justification, clarify the misunderstanding. That's okay. You don't have to kind of, if there is a comment is there which cannot be agreed on, we will not agree on that. But we have to explain it clearly in the response topic. So write detailed response to reviewer, address every point raised, try to be constructive and positive, and be a bit diplomatic as well. Don't use harsh words. No matter how harsh the reviewer comments, don't get frustrated. Don't use emotional words. Be patient. Sometimes the paper go through 3 or 4 review cycles, and thanks the reviewers because they are doing it free of cost. See, we all get papers to review. Sometimes I get like every month I get 5 to 6 papers to review, and I'm doing it on my. I don't get a single penny, isn't it, to do that. So you should thank the reviewers that they are spending their time, and then try to resubmit within the deadline. Typically, it is 8 weeks. So I think that was like very quickly. I'll just in the next 2-3 minutes I'll finish. So in legal research, there are some these are some of the this you must be having this. I don't have to tell you. It's from ThomsonReuters.com. Ask yourself these questions, gather the fact, what is the legal issue, what is the jurisdiction, then primary source of law, then you could make sure you are using good law in terms of site. And then this is some of the sources are available. And people talk about analyze and define your topic, develop your research, evaluate response, manage your information, cite your references. And then they say, have you research question, look at secondary research, look at relevant legislation, relevant articles, relevant statutes, review and zero in on your objective. Check that whether whatever you're going to do is kind of good. Keep a record, and then the cycle kind of continues again and again. Again, just very quickly on plagiarism. There are 10 types of plagiarism in research: secondary sources, invalid source, duplication, paraphrasing, repetitive research, replication, misleading, unethical collaboration, verbatim plagiarism, and complete plagiarism, where you just copy and paste. Unethical collaboration is that people just collaborating for paper. Say, I collaborate with somebody and then I have not contributed anything on his or her paper. I put her name, she puts my name. So that's actually also considered a unethical collaboration. So that's also a type of plagiarism. But more commonly, at least there are a lot of issues associated with that. Each one of them can be discussed in length. But in terms of major problem that journalists look at today is actually you should not have like verbatim plagiarism, copying things from the other, paraphrasing. So you should have originality. You should not just copy and paste and try to use ChatGPT these days to reword stuff. That is again plagiarism. So, and then there are some issues in terms of copyright as well. Like, you have to, do you own the copyright? Is it image licensed with Creative Commons? Is the image in public domain? Are you using it under fair use? So there are a lot of, I will share these slides with the organizers and they will have it with you. I will not go in detail on that, so you can read about it. So what is kind of there? So summary: imagination, composition is skill, hard work, passion. As I said, finding a research topic, discuss with collaborator, review papers, teach courses, work on emerging fields, because that's always good. Getting new ideas, do the literature review, implement existing technique, brainstorm with colleagues, give seminars, combine different fields. As I told you, I would love if anybody in the audience here who are working in the law area, in fact, myself and Professor Uday Shankar has been talking about that for quite some time. Even if you can take the entire NGT for particular industry and see what really happened with that. Did really it work? Or if it did not work, why it did not work? What happened on the site? And how the law should be adapted or modified to actually make it work, make it more implementable on the ground. So that could be a good research. So that's because we have to do research which can really be used by our country, isn't it? We should not do research for the sake of doing research. रिसर्च कर लिए, पेपर पब्लिश हो गया, थीसिस हो गया, वो पीछे आपको एक अलमीरा दिख रहा होगा, उस अलमीरा में सजा के रख दिए, क्या फायदा उसका? So it should be something which people can use. Life can get better for all the Indians because it's the Indian taxpayers' money who are funding yours and my research. Then write to the journal paper, articulate. We already talked about that. And then there are always, of course, passion, hard work is very, very important. I hope it was useful, and so thank you. And if you have any questions, you can take it. Or if you all are hungry, that's also okay. So let me unshare now.
Thank you so much, sir. If you have any questions, audience, we can provide a link or you can ask them in the chat box. And I'm sure sir will be here to answer any of your queries in the chat box itself as we are running short of time. Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful session. It is always a pleasure to hear from you. And, since it is my last year now in this college, I think I'll really miss your speeches and everything because I've been doing this for the past 3 years now. So thank you so much, sir. It was a very, very informative session for me and for everybody else here. And as sir said, we should work hard and we should work smart. I mean, these days we, use Google, we use WhatsApp, and we use Chat GPT, which is not work, which is not smart work. It is just lazy work, I feel. So there's a fine line, I guess, between smart work and lazy work, where people don't understand what's allowed and what's not. So I guess actions speak louder than words, and we have a living, breathing example in front of us who has given this amazing lecture to us. So thank you so much, Brajesh, sir. I now request Uday Shankar, sir, to please continue with his lecture. We won't introduce him again because we have already heard his introduction, and as we are falling short of time, I think we'll go directly to sir's lecture. Thank you.
Hello. Uday sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay. Good afternoon, Brajesh, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone. My apology for all these technical glitches which has happened and for joining late. But then I would say that this technical glitch has brought some good lessons for me, and it was really delight to listen to Professor Brajesh on such an important area. Had I spoken, before him, then possibly I would have logged out. So I had privilege of listening to almost, I believe, 3/4 of his lecture. So thank you, sir, for such an informative session. Now let me, I believe everyone is hungry here and those who have joined. So let me briefly talk about the relevance of literature review and what is the significance. I'll try to, cover it in next 20 minutes or so. So literature review as a part of methodology becomes very important, and the very relevance of literature review is that when we undertake any research, as the term itself indicates that it is something which you are searching it again, so meaning thereby that there is something existing on which you are trying to build upon your work. So literature review is a process through which we try to build a structural element of the research. So you may say that it is you may say that it is an architecture which must be planned very carefully, because literature review is kind of background work which gives the basis of not only the work which you are going to undertake, but also it gives a legitimacy to your work. So that's why literature review becomes very, very important for taking up any research. It facilitates in understanding that what are the similar kind of work which has been done in the area, and how your research is going to be different from the research which has already been taken place. Now, when I say different, I don't technically mean that it has to be a separate set of entirely a separate set of knowledge contribution in every situation. There could be a possibility where you may find that what has been done earlier, you may critically analyze it. You may say that, okay, what has been said earlier is something which is worth revisiting. So that's what the benefit of review is there. That's what is the relevance of review. It also establishes one's deeper understanding on the subject for which you have taken up a research work. So the depth and breadth of literature review in a way conveys the credibility of researcher, that how good you are as a researcher. So how do we do this literature review? Actually, how we are trying to, how this whole review exercise should be taken up. It is something to be seen as engaging into interpreting the work, as Professor Brajesh was also mentioning, that it is not the comment on the contributor, but it is comment on the work of the contributor. So what is that interpretation which is there, which the earlier literature has given on a particular context? Literature review also helps you in establishing consistency in your work, because when you identify the topic and then you start looking at the material, there is a possibility of getting lost in the midst of voluminous material. So how do you try to come out of that, and how do you try to identify the relevant one? So if you are taking up a review, that also helps you in being very consistent in terms of identifying the relevant source. So in that case, you need not unnecessarily keep on hovering and keep on getting lost in identifying the literature. So review is primarily, you may say, is a process of identifying gaps within the information which is already there. So once you identify the gap, then obviously that you frame the objective, and then you start again working on that, how those objectives are to be fulfilled, which methodology is to be adopted. So you can very well make out that in order to make your research a comprehensive one, a credible one, it has to be a holistic. The review has to be a scientific and systematic one. If it is not done in a scientific and systematic one, believe me, the entire research would be a kind of entire research would be imperfect or not to be seen in a very coherent way. So that's why one needs to be very, very careful while undertaking review. In fact, I generally emphasize to the student that what is desirable is that invest considerable amount of time in reviewing literature, so that as you progress with your research, you have a lot of convenience. Why? Because if you have done comprehensive review, then your path is set, and you would be in a position to identify the relevant material and analyze, and then fill the gap which you have identified. So it is extremely desirable and suggested that one should undertake review in a very comprehensive way, in a very scientific way. what is the importance of literature? How do you look at it? Because generally, when you read the research work, you do not find much importance given to review. Loosely speaking, we find some 10 books are being referred, some 20-25 journals are being referred, and that's how they try to look at the literature review aspect. Now, importance of review is that review connects you as a researcher from the prior research done in that area. That's how the review connects it. Second important thing is that if you are doing a review very thoroughly, take it from me, originality of your research is well established, because then it would be easier for any reader to identify that what is new contribution your research has made in that area. So that is also something is very, very relevant. Review also helps in giving a justification for the proposed methodology, because why you have adopted a methodology has to have some kind of connection with the gaps what you have identified, and gaps is to be connected with the review what you have done. So review demonstrates preparedness to complete the research, and it categorically categorically satisfies the professional approach adopted by the researcher. So believe me, if literature review is poor, then the research will get adversely affected. How do we undertake review? What shall be the approach of writing review? It is always like an opportunity given to you as a researcher to engage in a kind of dialogue with the researchers who have done the work on that subject at earlier occasion. That's how I look at it. That when I write the review, it is about me as a researcher engaging in a written dialogue with researchers in my area, that what they have done earlier. And this has been done for what? This has been done to understand that what is the extant knowledge, how that knowledge I have understood, and what is that relevant body of knowledge which is seen for progressing my work. So in review, one identifies the theoretical approaches adopted on the topic by the previous researchers, how those previous researchers have influenced your choice, your adoption of methodology. So literature review can support identification of problem, and it can very well establishes that this is the gap which is attempted to be fulfilled. And that's why point to be noted is that we have to make a distinction between survey and review. Literature survey is different, review is different. Let us not get confused with between survey and review. Survey is all about taking a kind of glance that what is there on the subject. Review is to be done only for those areas which are connected with that. That's what something which is important. So any research would lose its relevance if it is done in the absence of review. That's what is something which one has to keep in mind. And very connected with this, that if review is done properly, you would agree with me that it would avoid any kind of incidental plagiarism. It would enhance the research focus, and through that you can rationalize that why you have adopted this research, what made you to take this work. So this is something which is to be kept in mind. You also have to take note of the fact that review per se is different from academic research paper, because in academic research paper you build a newer argument. Whereas in review, you just summarize the argument without adding anything to the contribution made by the authors in the past. In review, you are just summarizing. You are not making any observation. What is the observation you are making in the review is that when you read the literature, when you summarize the literature, then towards the end you find out the gaps. That is what is the contribution, and from there you start your research. So review, technically speaking, is different from academic research paper. Because academic research paper, we generally try to develop a new argument. That's what is the proposition. That's what is the kind of proposal which is there. So when you see this, before you write literature review, you need to be very clear about your research area. And how do you do that? If you have not identified your research area, then seek clarification from your supervisor that what sources are to be used, what type of sources are to be used, and then how those sources are to be analyzed and to be looked at. So you should spend a lot of time on your literature review, because if you do it well, you can use most of it in your dissertation or your thesis. And it is also suggested that every statement in literature review must be supported either by a reference to a published literature. So review, technically speaking, is to identify the gaps or to even identify the errors. That is there. And review helps you in not, making a kind of duplicate work. That is also there, that some kind of duplicate work should not be there. No one should tomorrow say that on this area already research has been done, so what is new the researcher is bringing on the table. What shall be the strategy of a good review? The strategy of a good review is that when you read the literature, you take notes. Do not leave it for a later point of time. Take notes and then think critically that what the author wants to say. What the author wants to say is relevant to my research or not. What is original about methodology used by the author? So literature review is about bringing that element of uniqueness with your input. That when you are summarizing the work, you are summarizing it in such a way that what is that author is saying which connects with my work. That is what is the uniqueness of the review. So review is to be seen as collection and synthesis of the work, where we look at the different sources, make recommendation, and connect with what as a researcher one has taken up. The second point is that what we need to look at is that whatever you're reading need not be part of the review. That is, again, sometimes we commit a mistake that if you have read it, let it be part of the review. That is not expected. You only identify what is relevant to your research, and that's why it has been said that literature review does not follow that linear step. It is not that you are moving in a unidirectional way. You look at the material, you come back, then again analyze whether it has got any relevance or not. So review is not to be confused with preparation of bibliography. Bibliography is different. Review is entirely different. That's what we need to understand. And then when I look at the writing of review, it is desirable that review must not be written by giving a quote, that what should be a quote for the same purpose, because that is something which is going to be not very appropriate reviewing of literature if you are giving a quote. Some small quote you can give, but then you should avoid lifting something and then saying this is what the review has been done. Because always keep in mind that review is all about presenting others' idea, but then but that idea you are presenting in your own expression. So your expression here would certainly mean that something which relates to your work, how are you connecting it, and how you are going to use in your work. When you are doing a review for thesis writing or dissertation writing, suggested that there shall be a comprehensive review. When you're doing a review for journal article or course assignment, a selective review is something which is good enough. The art of reviewing, I should say, that writing while you collect and collecting while you write. So do not leave it for future. Do not have this plan, okay, let me take it up for next time. That is something which is not desirable. Good review will help you in strengthening your argument, and you may find a better evidence that you can link with your research. So when you read a review, try to summarize it in one paragraph. That is something similar to abstract writing, what Professor Brajesh was telling. And then in that, you try to identify that what is the similarities, what are the differences, how it connects with the work, what you are trying to undertake. That's how you need to, look at it. Let me tell you some of the well-known way of, well-established way of undertaking a literature review. That what are the well-established models for doing so. Like for example, one is chronological review, where you describe the work in a succession, starting from the earliest available till the recent one. So one way of doing review is chronological review, which we generally undertake, when when it is possible to have a kind of grouping done. For example, let's say you are doing a work on economic policy of this country. Obviously, a timeline can be divided, how it was the scenario up to 1991, post 1991. So that's how you can. So generally, chronological review is being used where focus is to show that how ideas or methodology have developed over a period of time. Then thematic literature review is something which also to be looked at. Generally, this is what I suggest to students of law, that you undertake thematic literature review, where instead of simply writing the name of the book, writing the name of the journal, you identify the theme and accordingly you undertake the research. For example, you are working on a data protection privacy. You first look at what is the material there under privacy, enlist them, then move to the data protection. So that is something which is to be seen as a kind of thematic literature review. Then one, we do it a very traditional way of reviewing it, which generally what you find, we analyze and summarize a body of literature and then adopts a critical approach of it. So that is something also we do it. We also take a kind of systematic review, where this existing evidence pertinent clearly to the formulated research questions, which we try to see that how the things have been taken up in the past, what is the standards method which have been taken up, and how that is something which is going to help in my research in future. Argumentative review is another review where we examine literature selectively in order to support or refute my argument, where research is largely based on some kind of assumption or philosophical underpinning. Argumentative review is good. We also take a descriptive review, where we try to find out, that what is the extent to which a body of knowledge on a particular area is available. Then we describe the reviews following a systematic and transparent procedure. That's what we do when we take it up, the descriptive one. So, and also we need to understand, let me stress that literature review is different from abstract. Abstract is all about short summary of a large work, whereas literature review is about summary and synthesis of the published information which you are giving in your expression. So let me sum it up by saying that literature review serves the purpose of educating oneself. If good literature review is there, it clearly conveys that how thorough you are as a good researcher. As a good researcher, you communicate to your reader that how justified is my work. It provides a kind of background to your work, and good literature review, take it from me, keep you focused in your research. You would not get deviated. You would not get unnecessarily attracted with the large volume of work. And towards the end, I would say that it is advisable to keep focus on your research and not on literature, because at the end of the day, it is the research which you have to do and answer the research objective of the literature. So thank you very much for giving time and staying back for listening this session and talk. If there are any questions, you can drop in a mail to me. I'll respond. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a very, very informative session for all of us, because literature review, I guess, it is kind of like an ignored topic in the field of research. So I feel that it is important to throw light on it, as it is, considered to be a very important unsung hero in the world of research. So thank you so much, sir. I would now like to request Mukul to introduce the next speaker. Thank you.
So proceeding ahead with the conference, we have Dr. Vinod Sen. Dr. Sen has been an assistant professor at Indira Gandhi National Tribal University since July 2016. With over 16 plus years of experience in teaching and research, he is specialized in research methodology, labor economics, and migration, and agricultural economics as well. He has worked at Central University of Gujarat and Zakir Hussain Postgraduate College. Dr. Sen has also worked as a research assistant at Center for Economic Studies and Planning, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Center for Education and Communication, and the National Council of Applied Economic Research, Bhopal. He has published 7 books and 56 plus research papers in various peer-reviewed and UGC care list, contributing 17 book chapters and 3 articles in conference proceedings. Dr. Sen has also organized 2 research methodology courses for PhD students in social sciences and a capacity building program for young social science faculty. He has been a supervisor for 5 PhD degrees, 19 MPhil degrees, and 13 PG dissertations. Dr. Sen has delivered over 100 plus invited lectures in various UGC HRDCs, universities, and colleges, and has participated in and presented his research papers in more than 83 international and national seminars. He has been awarded the late Tapan Chowri Youth Economist Award by the Indian Economic Association, and working as an executive committee member of the Indian Economic Association and is a life member of Chhattisgarh Economic Association. So now I would like to request Dr. Sen to take the helm of the conference in the direction of the identification of research problems.
Sound not coming.
Is Dr. Sen present amongst us?
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain connected until we get through to Vinod sir. Also, just a side note to all the audiences, if you have any questions regarding any of the speeches, you all can post them in the chat box, and the speakers will. Am I audible? Hello, am I audible?
Uh, Hello, dear participants. Actually, Vinod Sain sir will join us shortly, but in between we can have the lunch break because sir is not available as of now because due to some personal stuff he had to leave urgently. And then with Sunil Goyal sir, we will continue tomorrow because sir is also unable to connect today. So you all can have your lunch, and post lunch we'll have one speaker with us, and then we'll wind up the session for the day.
Audience, I was saying that, if you have any questions, because we are running short of time, I don't think the speakers or the guests can answer to it in real time. So I would request all of you to just post your questions in the chat box so that they can answer it there. Thank you. Hello everyone. Vinod sir will join in about 10-15 minutes. So please remain connected. Thank you.
So all the participants, a gentle reminder, you can connect with us post your lunch in 15 minutes time, 15 to 20 minutes time. Then we'll have one more speaker.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, just a minute. We'll just introduce you and then we'll proceed with the session.
Okay. Thank you.
So proceeding ahead, we have Dr. Vinod Sen. Dr. Sen has been an assistant professor at Indira Gandhi National Tribal University since July 2016. With over 16 years of teaching and research experience, he is specialized in research methodology, labor economics, and migration and agricultural economics. He has worked at Central University of Gujarat, Sri Aurobindo College, and Zakir Hussain Postgraduate College. Dr. Sen has also worked as a research assistant at Center for Economic Studies and Planning, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Center for Education and Communication, and the National Council of Applied Economic Research, Bhopal. He has published 7 books and 56 research papers in various peer-reviewed and UGC care lists, contributing 17 book chapters and 3 articles in conference proceedings. Dr. Sen has also organized 2 research methodology courses for PhD students in social sciences and a capacity building program for young social science faculty. He has been a supervisor for 5 PhD degrees, 19 MPhil degrees, and 13 PG dissertations. Dr. Sen has delivered 100 plus invited lectures and in more than 83 international and national seminars. He has been awarded the Late Tapan Youth Economist Award by the Indian Economic Association and has been a life member of Chhattisgarh Economic Association. Now I would like Dr. Sen to take over the helm of the conference to proceed with the identification problem of research.
Thank you, Ajit. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You're absolutely clear.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer to giving me an opportunity. So kindly allow me to share my PPT.
A minute, sir.
I was also joined this international workshop since morning. I have heard that Mr. Dubey, that Registrar Sir, Uday Sir, and it was a wonderful discussion. And some of the things I'm going to discuss with you that has been already covered by somehow Brajesh Dubey Sir. So may I share the PPT, madam?
Yes, sir.
You may.
You can.
Okay, is it visible?
Yes, sir.
sir, it is.
Okay, thank you. Identifications of the research problem. Yeah. Okay. Presentation mode. I will try it again. So there are 3 column Chrome tab, window, or entire screen. So which one I should select? Okay. Entire screen. Okay. Entire screen. No. I hope it is visible now.
Yes, sir, it is. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So that research is basically, I'm not going to in the sense what is the research. Our previous speaker has tell you that research is nothing, is a discover the answers of the intellectual or practical problem. It may be a systematic or organized investigation. It is the habit of thinking by in a critical way. So another thing is that why we are doing the research. So it is usually done to find out the answer to a various social problem. We are a social animal. We are living in a society. And society have a various problem, like social problem is there, economic problem is there, political problem is there, cultural problem is there, ethnicity problem, the n number of problem is there. So we need to do a research to find out the answer of any specific problem. To collect the information about the something, if we want to know something about any issues, any phenomena, any incidents, then we try to perform a descriptive research to collect the information, maybe by the primary sources or maybe from the secondary sources. To investigate or to know about the something, we want to investigate any specific issues or any problem, then we try to do some kind of the research to generate the new idea or theory. We know that different theories are there. We can challenge the theory also. We can generate the new idea, what you are thinking, what you want to suggest something to overcome the problem, or maybe you can propose some new theory. For that, we need to do a research. One cannot do the research if we don't want to know anything. So for research, one curiosity is very important. We should have that things to know the more about any problem or situations or maybe any phenomenon. There is a need to have a problem, question before someone even think of doing the research. So we should have a problem. Without problem, we cannot identify we can't do our research. So it may be a course of qualification, like some of you may be pursuing your PhD thesis or maybe postdoctoral research. So for that qualification of some degree, we need to find out a research problem. People are taking research as a career also. As a career, we can show that they can work as a freelance writer, or maybe they can work as a gig worker. They can work as maybe a consultant. Maybe for a specific project base they can work it. Or it may be improve the quality of life, or it can be also a ego boost. Because some of the people, they want to put doctorate in front of their name. So they want to do the PhD so that they can put the initial doctor in front of their name. So characteristics of good research should be directed toward a solution of a problem. If we are conducting a research without aiming any problem, without visualizing any possible solution, then it's worthless. It is no use of that research. It should be based on the observable experience or empirical evidence. When we say that observable evidence means we are observing in the society, we are observing at our workplace, we are observing some phenomena. Empirical evidence may be we are collecting some primary data from the field, and from the field we are collecting the data and we are trying to give some kind of the solutions of research problem. So this is a grassroots level data, and we are trying to give some workable solution. This should involve the gathering the new data or information from the primary sources. Should be objective and legally with the applications of all possible techniques to validate the data. So whatever the data we are collecting, the data can be also validated. It may be testable. So that should be one characteristic of a good research. Should involve the careful design and procedures. Actually, good research may be that already we talk about. It should be very systematic. It be logical, empirical, replicable, creative, use of multiple methods. So, yeah.
Audience, you're requested to please mute yourselves. Thank you. So you may continue.
Okay, now is it visible? How to identify the research here?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. So see, first we have to know what is the research here. In the research here, with the help of the review of literature, that our registrar Uday sir has talked about that review of literature. So that review of literature we are going to conduct to find out the research here. In the review of literature, a systematic review of literature, a periodic review of literature, it tells us what area has been covered, what are the area it requires some research in the future. So the research gap will be identified by main motivating questions or issue. What are the questions or issue we want to identify? That question is someone covered previously or not. Identify the keywords linked to this problem. See that keywords are very important. When we are going to go ahead, we should have some keywords. See, in a research article, there is a compulsory that you have to write the keywords. Maybe the population, maybe the income, maybe the expenditure, maybe the category, maybe the farmer, maybe the females. These are the few keywords which are going to be discussed in your research paper. So for identifications of the research problem, we also know the keyword. Suppose you want to know that the female workforce participation. Okay, female workforce participation for whom? It's very big, maybe the rural, maybe the urban, maybe the tribal. So you have to be kept a keyword, and with that keyword, you can search it and reach to the review of literature. So review of literature says these keywords and recognize the suitable publication. Suitable publications, we know that more number of people are writing and less number of people are reading, because that API, maybe Scopus Journal is there, SCI Journal is there, Web of Science Journal is there, then UGC Care List Journal is there, peer reviewed journal is there, then online journals are there. So n number of journals are there. So we have to know which are the journal. You have to read it, because in a good journal, that good scholar are going to write it. So if you are reading the good scholar, you can be also going to frame your research problem or research gap as per whatever you are going to read it. In the field of the research, there are the several methods which can be summarized to identify the problem, not discussed by the literature concerning your vital motivating problem. So the research problem is basically a difficulty or a need that researcher experience in the context of either theoretically, practically, or on the both the way. So a research problem is a prerequisite for doing a research. So without research problem, we cannot think of doing the research. A research problem that you will aim to address in your research is a specific issue. See, if you are going for a bigger issue, it's very difficult to justify it. Whenever we want to identify the research problem, it should be very specific. A specific maybe in a geographical area, a specific maybe some community, a specific maybe some society, and a difficulty should be also there. What kind of the difficulty is there, and for that difficulty to overcome, what you are going to suggest? We know that we have a smartphone, but that smartphone has come by the too much of the R&D has been done. The landline was there, then pager has come, then keypad has come. Now that come smartphone, that 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, so that things are moving it. It a contradiction, some contradiction in theory or in a thought that we have to identify. A topic is the main organizing principle, guideline, the preparations of the research report. Topic offers as an occasion for writing and a focus that govern what we want to say. Why the research problem is important? See, without research problem, if we are doing this, we are doing nothing. We are wasting our time. We don't know what is our research problem, and we are simply writing and writing and writing. So the result will be the nothing. In a academic research, that the people are asked, is this a research, academic research? Because in academic research, there is certain procedure, certain results should become. It should be replicable. It should be also applicable. It can be the testable. Without well-defined research problem, you are likely to end up with a unfocused and unmanageable project. So do not undertake the research without a clear purpose, justification, or you need a problem in order to do research that contribute the new and relevant insight. So now question is that how to begin. So don't expect choosing a research project very quickly or hurriedly. Maybe we don't have to find out the research problem. You have to think about whether I'm going to take this topic. Is it worthy or not? What kind of the things you are going to contribute in the existing body knowledge. All researchers should ask that why I should do a research until unless it's going to help the society, help the community, help the certain people. So if our research is helpful to someone, then it is worthy. So now choosing a research topic, there are three scenarios. So if see as a new research scholar enrolled in the PhD program, so a supervisor or a department can help you. Department is having the n number of topics which are the focus area. So out of that focus area, you can choose it, or you can have a discussion with your supervisor. Supervisor can give you the topic, or you can go to the supervisor with some topic, so that key is with a mutual understanding, a research topic can be identified. The another scenario is that how to approach to your chosen topic. Understand what is the topic about, what are the keywords in the questions and topic. You have to identify. By question, what are the questions which are you going to answer? Whether that question, that relevant data is available, or the question is can be answered within given time and resources. Which sphere of knowledge does it cover? What variables will you are going to consider? So variables is maybe socio variable, maybe the gender is another variable, maybe working hours may be the variable. So that what are you going to cover, that should be the clear. Now choosing a research topic, second step, review the related literature. I won't talk because that previous lecture was in that review of literature. So anybody has worked on how they have dealt with the topic, then you can find out the research gap. So choosing a research topic, current then there should be some cautions. So if that is not at all interesting to you, please don't. If you are thinking that that topic is little bit boring, choose the another topic. Don't waste your time. Do not wait too long to make a switch, because be sure to consult with your supervisor, your colleague, your friend. Then they will help you to identify the research topic. Then generating the research topic है, सबसे पहले we have to ask where, when and how. These are the questions. How can I choose the topic? So if you have any lack of idea, you can talk to your supervisor, colleague and all these things. Then there are some activity strategy that we will discuss. So first activity is a course reading. In our UG level, PG level, MP level, we have gone through some course reading. If you like the micro or maybe the society or maybe Indian politics, which of the paper you like it, you can choose the topic from there. Another thing is there you can visit to the library. In library, you can go to the library section. You can just go through some journals or some book. In which area, in which topic or in which field you are interested, you can choose that one. Then you can browse through the some current journal in your subject discipline. Whenever a student approach me, so I said that you go to the library, just see some 5 or 10 that recent journal and there are couple of the back issues in which one article or which article is impressing you, which one you are having some kind of the interest, then you can choose it. So you can consult your library or supervisor. They will tell you the which journal you have to go and search it and what kind of the article you have to read it. Another activity with the past, say maybe you have written something in your past during the school days or maybe your college day and PG level. You just revisit that if you have the copy, and it is the thinking back. If you are interested to it, then you can continue with that. Another thing, the online portal that we know that Google, PTI, Jet, and lot of search engine are there. Any search engine you can just go and search with the keywords and go read something, the primary items, then you can decide your topic. Of surrounding, you can see your surrounding, look around your workplace, your department, your university, your society, maybe at a traffic signal or maybe in a supermarket. What interests you more? Okay, what do you think that why it's happening? Why it is happening? What are the reason for that? If you are thinking like in this way, then you can also choose a topic from that area also. Now, consideration for selecting a research problem. You can motivate throughout the study. But motivation is the most important. If you are not motivated to work, it will become a very lazy job. It will be, you are not at all interested. You may be finishing your that study, but that study is useless. It's not going to help you, neither the reader, nor the institutions, nor the society. Consideration है कि first है कि when you are choosing a topic, first most important the interest. Not only you are the interested, but your supervisor should be also interested in that particular problem. So that Professor Dubey has said that hard work involved. So without hard work, we cannot finish the any research work. We cannot even identify the topic. So interest is the most important thing for the choosing a research topic or identifications of research problem. What is the magnitude? What are the sources required? What the time is required? So you have to narrow down your topic. So it would be manageable, specific and clear. So magnitude is the most another important thing. Now measure of the concept, but the topic is have some variable which required some kind of the justification. The how you are going to measure, taking that congestion, traffic congestion, say, mobile traffic congestion, say, efficiency, maybe the working efficiency, maybe the anyone growth, male function. So these are the what is required. Then you have to think carefully. How are the things you are going to measure? Suppose the poverty, how we are going to measure in terms of the calorie, in terms of the income, in terms of the multi-dimension poverty, or you want to propose some any other measures to for the measuring the poverty. So that's you have to see the measurement concept while you are considering the research. Now, labor of expertise. If you are choosing a research topic, you should have someone, he or she can help you. Your research topic should be an area of interest of your supervisor. Then you can choose this kind of the topic who are going to advise you. Now, relevance and significance, what new are going to add in the existing body of literature, what kind of the gap you are going to bridge, and is it useful in the policy formation? If these are the things are there in that this topic, then you can identify that or you can go ahead with that this thing. Availability of the data is most important thing. We know that there are the primary data and secondary data. If the primary data you are working for the industries or some multinational companies, then you won't getting the data easily. If you are working with the laborers or informal sectors or gig worker or maybe farmers, then you can get the data. Getting information, your research is very critical for the research. So when you are choosing a research topic, you have to see whether I will get the data. If I will get the data, then what will be the source of the data and how hard is to get the data. So you have to first consider the data ability, then go ahead. Ethical issues also there was this thing problem, but now the ethical issues is very important. So there the ethical issues is also while selecting the research problem, identifications of the problem, because as a human being, we go with the easiest thing. We don't see the other aspect. It is easily, it can be covered in a given time, data is available. We forget what is the new we are going to contribute. What kind of the suggestions, what kind of the policy recommendation we can give in with this data. So we choose it on the basis of our maybe easyfulness or maybe on the basis of our that we can say it ki easy aapko, then we can choose it. So we have to consider it before selecting the problem. Then how to identify the problem? Reading the text and reference book, that will enhance your idea, it will enhance your understanding, then it will also help you to identify the research problem. Academic experience, some of us are experienced people. We have written the books, article and all this thing. So we have some expertise area. So we try to do work on it, or we can take the another example. Now G20 things are going on. So we can also see that economic implications of G20, how that youth is going to be this thing, how that young mind is going to be influenced by the G20. So that kind of the things we can take. Daily experience or observation based, we have talked about it. Then consultation, discussion with the colleague, mentor or supervisor, or whatever the think tank or expert with you, you can have a discussion. Now, research theme or question to be asked before selecting a research theme. Consider your own personal interest in the theme. If you are interested, go ahead, otherwise switch to the another topic. Evaluate the importance of the theme on which you want to the research. If theme is okay, it is contemporary, it is relevance, theoretical relevance is there, then you can go ahead. Assess if theme is relevant and timely. Judge if the time available for doing the research is sufficient, because some of the things are take maybe 5 years or 6 years. So if you are choosing a research problem which cannot be finished within 2 years or within 3 years, take an example ki ICSR has come up with a short-term project. And the short-term project is 6 months. And they are saying ki the data size must be for a collaborative research 2000 to 3000. Collecting the data, primary data for 200, 2000 to 3000 itself take that 3 to 4 months. Then when they will prepare the review of literature, how they will write the proposal, how they will enter the questionnaire, how they will do the make the tables and report writing, then proofreading, then final suggestion and concluding other thing. So when we are planning the things, then we have to see it, whether it is feasible, whether we can complete within the time or not. Access the possible expenses for pursuing the research work is the most important thing. If lot of traveling is required, lot of meeting is required, lot of expensive software is required, then you have to think it. If you have the resources, go ahead and otherwise change the research problem. You can consult with the supervisor. Parameter for judging a research problem: does it have a practical value? Will your research fill the gap in the body of knowledge? Can your research be compared with other research more or less similar theme? Will your research address the contradiction, the result, publishing of research or similar theme? What methodology can be applied to answer the research problem? Is there any reading literature available? So these are the parameters you have to consider. A good research questions should be very clear and achieved. They directly assess the answer, the research question. See, your research questions should be also reflected in your objective. The research question should be also reflected in your title of the research problem. The objective may be specific in the form of either a statement or question. So that research question must to discover, to determine, to find out, to assess, to compare. We have to eliminate the scope of the research problem. We have to read as much as possible to finalize the research problem. So these are the things I would like to say in my presentations. If you have any query, I will be happy to answer you.
Thank you so much, sir. So this brings us to the end of Am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes, you are.
Okay, so this brings us to the end of the first day of the international conference. Thank you so much, Vinod sir, for taking the time out of your busy schedule. And hello?
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes,
thank you, sir.
proceed, Anaya.
Yes, thank you, sir, for taking time out of your busy schedule and gracing this conference with your informative speech. With this, we come to the end of a fruitful first day of the international conference. It was truly a treat to listen to all the speakers. We are privileged to witness this powerhouse of knowledge with just the touch of a button. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers whose words inspired us all. I would also like to thank Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University, New Law College, Pune, and Social Science Management Welfare Association of Jabalpur for organizing such a pleasant event. I extend my warmest regards to Dr. Ujjwala Bindai ma'am for being the inspiration she always is. A big thank you to Professor Rashmi Dubey ma'am and Dr. Devendra Vishwakarma sir for their constant support and encouragement. A big shout out to the technical team for making this virtual event a grand success. I also extend my gratitude to my colleague Mukul for being a wonderful co-host. Lastly, I thank the audience for being so cooperative and encouraging. Do take care of yourselves, and we'll be back tomorrow again with new speakers. Thank you and have a great day.
Okay, I can see Dr. Chandan Sonkar raising his hand. Sir, you want to ask anything? Even I can see Raman sir also raising his hand.
Ma'am, Vinod sir's PPT was not visible. Could we are we able to get his PPT, ma'am?
Sure, sir. Sure. We'll make it available. And apart from this Google Meet, the entire session is streamed on YouTube also. So there also you can have the glance. But we'll share it personally, sir. Okay. We'll share with the Social Science Management Welfare Association. Thank you.
Any question from Dr. Chandan?
Yes, if anybody has any questions for Vinod sir, you all are free to ask them. Okay, I think if there are no questions, then it's okay for us to end the session. Thank you everybody for being such a wonderful audience, and thank you Vinod sir for taking the time out again. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
May I leave?
Yes, sir, you may.